I've been talking to you guys for a long time, almost an hour, 50 minutes. And it wasn't live. I didn't hit the live button. Oh, well. I had some good humor, but you missed it all. So welcome. The number one thing I pointed out is you are at 20,668,505 shares of Railtown. 20,668,505 shares of Railtown. I'm so sorry. I thought I was live. Talking to myself because nobody's home. I said hi. I read right through all your comments. I was saying hi to you guys. Sometimes I think all right, so Railtown is rallying now. It's still down on the last trade, but the bid is above the last trade. 31.2 to 32.6. 123,000 shares. And but of course it is. And it looks like it's the term you guys use is barcoding. It seems to be barcoding on the bid, not on the ask is, I don't know, we got an hour to go. It's interesting what's happening here. All you need one trade and it's green by definition because the bid is above. Well, as long as it's higher than 0.0017, which it looks like it is. The volume's 123,000. And if you care, fingers down, 97.53. CJYL now is in the green, up 28 cents. 260, which I forget the split. It had a massive split. And then Xanadu's down. I talked about Xanadu, and I'm not going to go through it again when I thought I was live. But it looks like they, private equity guys and girls want to get out of more stocks. So they announced 300 million shares for sale. And that's one of the problems with private equity. Your company is so beholden to private equity because they want a liquidity event. Keep the money moving, keep it in motion. So Xanadu's down $22 to $14 approximately. It does look like things are ramped up for war. U.S. sinks 7 Iranian small boats harassing cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump threatens to blow Mullah's regime off the face of the earth. So there's that backdrop for the markets. He's opening the waterway, and we'll see. All right, and then I read this new story to you, which I think's a fantastic story, but I wasn't live. So let's do it again. Railtown's up in Canada, so it won't take long for it to be up in the United States. It won't be long, yeah. It won't be long, yeah, till I'm in love with you. All right, here's the news today, and I already read it, but I know you didn't hear me, so I'm the only one that's going to be bored. Today, May 4th, 2026, Railtown AI Technologies announces appointment of industry leader Zaid Otufat Shamsi to advisory board. Railtown AI, a Canadian-based AI developer tools and agentic orchestration company, announces the appointment of Zaid Otufat Shamsi to its advisory board, further strengthening the company's leadership in artificial intelligence, enterprise transformation, and AI infrastructure development. Zaid Otufat Shamsi is a visionary technology executive with more than 25 years of experience at the intersection of Hollywood and Vine. It's not any funnier the second time I said it, but the first time you didn't hear it. At the intersection of software engineering, enterprise transformation, and artificial intelligence. Holding a bachelor's of science in software engineering and an MBA in technology management, Zaid has built his career on turning bold technical ideas into industry-defining outcomes. Zaid began his entrepreneurial journey as CEO and co-founder of Novotech Software, a Vancouver-based AI company specializing in expert system intelligence for geotechnical engineering. Under his leadership, Novotech developed predictive analytics solutions that modeled complex subsurface behavior for clients in civil engineering, mining, and infrastructure, culminating in the company's successful acquisition by Rock Science. At TELUS, Zaid has spent more than a decade leading some of the most ambitious digital transformation programs in Canada. He directed a global team of more than 150 software engineers across 5 countries, delivering award-winning AI-powered customer experience solutions at enterprise scale. And I think that take the moment to point out he's joining Railtown enterprise scale. Most recently, Zaid has played a leading role in the design, development, and operationalization of Canada's most powerful sovereign AI cluster, architecting all 5 layers of a modern AI factory from power and cooling infrastructure through platform, models, and applications. His team delivered a full stack compute environment ranked #1 in Canada and number 78 worldwide in the top 500. Doesn't say of what, but I think it's the oh, I can't keep up with them. A key dimension of this initiative has been the assembly of a full stack of Canadian independent software vendors. That's Railtown, full stack, strengthening the domestic AI ecosystem and advancing Canada's sovereign AI ambitions. Quote, adding someone of Zaid's caliber to Railtown's advisory board is a major milestone for our company, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI Technologies. His experience spanning AI infrastructure, enterprise scale software engineering, and national level AI initiatives aligns directly with Railtown's mission to build and scale the next generation of AI developer tools, agentic systems, and enterprise AI solutions. That's a big statement. In his role as advisory board member, Zaid will provide strategic guidance to Railtown as the company continues to expand its AI ecosystem Ricola, affiliate network, developer platforms, and enterprise AI offerings. Quote, I am excited to join Railtown AI Technologies at such an important stage in the evolution of artificial intelligence, said Zaid Otufachamsi. Railtown's vision of building practical, scalable AI infrastructure and enabling organizations to deploy intelligent agent-based systems has the potential to create meaningful impact across industries. You'd expect it to be so much more powerful than that. I look forward to supporting the team as they continue to grow their platform and ecosystem. Beyond his achievements corporately, Zaid is also an advisory member of the board of the World's Forgotten Children Foundation and someone to tell it to, reflecting his commitment to leveraging technology and leadership for meaningful social impact. Railtown Technology builds AI developer tools and agentic frameworks that power the next generation of intelligent applications. Its platform, including real-time ingestion, Rail Engine, agent development frameworks, Railtrax ADK, and advanced observability, Conductor, helps teams build, deploy, and operate AI agents with confidence and at scale. For more information, visit railtown.ai, railengine.ai, Conductor without the vowel.ai, but rail tracks, you can't do it. Rail tracks, you have to go to railtracks.org. I guess someone beat them to the domain name. All right, so I have to go back through your comments. I already read them once, but I'm sure you're dying to hear me read them out to you. Dying ain't much of a living, boy. You know, it doesn't have to come down to this. You can go home, you can walk out of here. A man's got to do something for a living. Dying ain't much of a living, boy. You're Josie Wales? You're a wanted man. I reckon I'm right popular. Ricky Brogan. Hi, William and RT crew. Ricky Brogan. Ew, member to the advisory board is very bullishness. Ricky Brogan, new member to the advisory board, typo. I read it exactly that way the first time. Ricky Brogan, I'm sending you an email. I'll look out for it. Appreciate it. Pat M. Hi, William. Guten Lunden. How do you say it? How do you say happy Monday? Und Fräulein. Monday in German. Schonen Montag? Schonen Montag. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Happy Monday.
Well, I want to hear the other way.
Schönen Montag.
Schonen Montag. Schonen Montag. Hi, Pat. Ricky Brogan says hi, Pat. Jeff Grimm says greetings. Hi, Jeff. Ward Richardson. Ricky Brogan, I saw the news this morning. I'm under the impression that Corey has a fetish for stacks, software stacks now. He is building a stack with his advisory board, but it is a good fetish. I even screwed it up the second time I read it. Pat M says, hi, Ricky. Ward says, William, I see that Zaid directed a global team of 150 software engineers across 5 countries while at TELUS. William, Zaid's most recent technical design was Canada's most powerful sovereign AI cluster, architecting all 5 layers of the AI factory. CJ Yukon. Hey, William and RT crew. Pat, well, hi now. Lots of laughs, yes. And Schonen Montag. Eddie Eagle. There he is, dollar bill. Richard K. Good afternoon, Lucky William. I hope your weekend was relaxing. Yeah, I guess. I hope yours was too. Ward Richardson. Well, William, did you have a good thing to say in the last hour to yourself? Yeah, I said, Guten Morgen means good morning, happy Monday. See, I thought it meant happy Monday, but I'm not sure that it does. Guten Morgen. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I bored myself as I bore you guys. Donna M. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Donna. CJ Yukon. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. F this. We'll do it live. Silver Skyrocket. How are you? He says hello to everyone. Hello, William. Hi, Silver. Um, Another addition to the advisory board, Silver Skyrocket says. Yeah, I think it's a big deal. I really think it's a big deal because it tells you where the emphasis is. Uh, I mean, I still can't quite figure out um, the reason that the BlackBerry guy joined. But the obvious things are, uh, his experience with, he can stand up to all of Wall Street's financiers. And perhaps he can stand up to all the hyperscalers, and perhaps he can stand up to, um, people trying to buy him out too cheaply or sign contracts that aren't beneficial to shareholders. I think that's huge. And now you bring this guy in who's building the stacks, and he's seen Railtown stack. Why? Where did he hear of Railtown? He must be working on it at the Telus data center. And it was so good, he bought the company. That's Victor Kayem. Ricky Brogan. I really think it should be mandatory for the advisor board members to own stock in the company, have some skin in the game. Well, I don't necessarily agree with you, but on the other hand, it's not at all clear that they don't. I'm sure their compensation package includes enough shares to motivate their focus. So, but I don't know. I don't think it's the most important thing. Neil Grondek, looks like another building block set added today that will enhance execution in the development of Railtown AI. Going to be a big kaboom, which will sustain ARR. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever think that my um, projections are just too high. If you just took the, if you want to be negative, if you just assume the Rimouski data center is going to do 50 million in ARR for Railtown growing, but you just want to use a lower number. Well, out of the world's 12,000 12,000 data centers, they would only need 20 of those to get to $1 billion in revenue. I think the sheer scale of what can happen here is what people are missing. Judge stuns courtroom as he apologizes to White House Correspondents' Dinner suspect who tried to quote unquote assassinate Trump. I guess Lauren said Sanchez bought stacks of her own. Rudy's in trouble. whatever his name is now, Kanye West's wife, has gone out nude. U.S. sinks 6 small Iranian boats as Trump warns regime could be blown off the face of the earth. Swell. Ex-JP Morgan banker pretended his dad was dead to get bereavement leave, but he's alive and spoke to the Post. Oh, that's the one that got harassed by his female boss. Hey, there's no consequence. If you're female and you harass, it's all fun. If a male boss harasses a female employee, oh my gosh, you don't have that job longer than it takes to make one phone call. But if you're the woman, hey. Mexico City is sinking by a foot annually. Wow. All right, so let's move on to some other things. Did I tell you you have 20,668,000 shares? It's pretty amazing. And did I tell you lately? Have I told you lately that I love you? Neil Gondek, they all have built before and very successful before. So why not with Railtown AI? Beautiful. E. Belanger, hope this is not the only news for May. More PRs are coming. By the end of May, we will have a completely different journey than what we have had for a couple of weeks, months. I agree with that. And I think that's a good point. E. Belanger. Ricky Brogan, I'm not worried about the advisory board of RT, but say in another company, an advisory board member may sell the company information. Oh, you can't protect against bad ethics usually. You just only can fire them afterward. But in North America, we've been blessed pretty much by, and I don't know where the culture comes from, and maybe it will sustain as we let 30 million people in 4 years who don't even get a health test, much less a language or a whatever, a background check. I'm sure it'll be fine. A lot of this to me is because women vote. I hate to say it. They're compassionate. Oh, let them in. Oh, we can't mistreat them. But then, though, a lot of the crime gets against women. And then who's supposed to protect it? The existing police forces have more work to do. To me, it's just such bad decision making on the part of the voters. But anyway, hopefully North America will keep the gift that primarily, Ricky, there's not a lot of corruption. If you've lived around the world, the corruption is rampant. Everything is self-dealing. Everything is, a little grift here, a little graft there, little cash, pakshish. It's and we take it for granted, but maybe it'll change in the future. But I wouldn't assume that an advisory board member, if they don't own stock, is going to sell information on the company. If they do own stock, they do that. They're just a no good Nick. I don't know. I don't see ghosts where there aren't any, is my suggestion. Otherwise, you'll drive yourself crazy. Will Underdown. Hey, William, I'm leaning out of the other stocks and will be buying a big position in Railtown. Should I be concerned of a reverse split since this has been trading under $1 for over a year? Well, I don't think so, but I mean, there's more than one answer to that question to be thorough. Number one, Railtown, just but maybe by the skin of their teeth, did not ever, I'm not sure they ever would have, but they did not raise any money in the United States while they're on the over-the-counter market. So they did not go to a Jeff Easton, an Ari Rubenstein, a Kurt Kramer, notorious for being fronts of these toxic and at the money crappy financings that slaughter companies, but Adina Friedman doesn't give a hoot. Charlie Caldwell doesn't give a concern. And it just goes on and on and on. And we expect to compete with China, who makes if they don't already, make half the world's automobiles, have a fantastic electric vehicle, have a high-speed train and the largest train station in the world, and have power and internet, and are lapping us all over with technology we sold them patent. They buy from us when we bankrupt our own companies under the WHO exemption as a developing country when they're the largest economy in the world. But we continue blindly in this view that our life is going to continue as is, and we don't even do the basic protections. But hey, keep voting the way you are. So my point is that when a company signs a deal with Yorkville Advisors and Ari Rothstein, anyway, I just said his name and it's now not coming into my head. The guy like Ari is the front for 3 or 4 hedge funds that line his pocket. And Adina's purse, in my opinion, my judgment. So those funds start selling the stock downward. And they do it, they have protection because of that financing. You've seen it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Of course, a lot of the companies that you're hearing the story, oh, it's a big short, there's going to be a squeeze. They don't really have anything. A lot of them are manipulated. A lot of them are just stories. It's all hype. There was a squeeze the other week. I forget now, Avis or something. So maybe it's all coming back. But my point is that those hedge funds have a commitment to stealing the entire market cap, a la Collective Audience and Logic, but particularly Collective Audience. I'm sure that group out of Toronto, Aubrey Advisors, had a hand in, at least at arm's length, my opinion, my judgment, at stealing $150, $200 million from investors, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. We'll just print some more money. That's Stephanie, can't remember her last name, begins with a K, I think. The modern monetary theory, just spend money. We're never, this is wacko thinking. But hey, the future is Stephanie. So those hedge funds have a huge incentive to sell or box those companies. And what they do, like ZJYL, they do the reverse, not ZJYL, the other one. Just read it to you. What's going wrong with my brain? Anyway, the idea of a reverse split is to continue to slaughter the company. So they go to this CEO, who by now, like a heroin addict to her pimp or her supplier, has no choices left. And so they go to the CEO. The CEO says, well, I don't want to. Well, then what, you're going to go out bank. If you want to have a salary, you want to pay your school bills for your kids, you'll do this deal. At least you'll have a job. And the board says, well, you better do it, because if you don't, you're going to get sued. And we're worried about being sued. And the lying attorneys come in and say, well, you got to do, well, our responsibility to shareholders. And the lying attorney said, well, if you don't take care of yourself first, there'll be nothing for the shareholders. So they all vote for it, and they do a reverse split to stay on the bloody NASDAQ for no apparent reason at all. And then it continues downward. That reverse split is all about the slaughter of junior market companies. Companies often do reverse splits for logical reasons, and there's no penalty. All right, so my opinion is, and I say it very strongly, Railtown didn't do a toxic financing. There's no hedge fund out there dedicated to stealing the entire market cap. There are some opportunistic computer selling bandits, but they'll scurry away as it goes up. So there's no reason to do a reverse split. Number one, for those reasons, to meet, because those contracts, the ATMs and the toxic, they have default provisions in them. The default provision says if you fall under $1 or you fall under $5, whatever it says, we can take over the company. And the CEO stupidly signs these things and then follows the instructions of the pimp. But by that time, it's too late. Railtown doesn't have any of that. And they don't need to reverse split. Okay, secondly, to throw cold water on what I just said, um, it's my understanding there's at least a train of thought out there that for Railtown to attract institutional investors, Railtown needs to be on the NASDAQ. And in that case, if they think that way, they would do a reverse just to get onto the NASDAQ. Um, I No one asked me. I'm 100% against any of that price manipulation. I'm 100% against going on the NASDAQ. Just because NASDAQ has some of these big MAGA companies on it, does you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that NASDAQ is good for any other company. Adina Friedman doesn't care. She just wants to make sure women are on the boards of companies under her purview. She couldn't give a crap if shareholders get wiped out by hedge funds destroying the entire market cap of companies on her watch. Why? Because she's going to spin out and get a top job at Carlyle Group, where she started, or a big plum job at Goldman, who she's helping make money right now in their stock loan department. Whether she knows it or not. So there is a school of thought out there that for Railtown to achieve the valuations it wants, it needs to get on the NASDAQ to be with all the other companies. I think that's very short-term thinking. I think it's disastrous thinking. I think the NASDAQ sucks. And they should go to New York. But third part of my answer, I personally think the stock's going to be $5 without having to do any machinations. As soon as, do you understand the story, Will? From February 11th onward, the company has not been able to talk in an aggressive way about a promotional way, about their revenues, about their growth, about their contracts, about what they're going to do, because they were in the middle of buying a company called AIP Network Partners, AIP. And that took all the way until November to close. There was it should have closed in June or May or earlier. But you've got Gentile CEO, and I think he's very talented, and a young law firm. And I would say regulators dragging their foot because the system is designed in this modern world. The system is designed to operate as if it's the 19th century. Why? Because it works to the advantages of the hedge funds and the big stock loan desks on Wall Street. They're all in on it. They want everything electronic so that they can put, Bill Clinton said, he changed the UCC Section 8. You can put all of that stock up in street name, and then you can give shareholders without telling them you're giving it to them. You can give them security entitlements, and then you can leverage that up 10 to 1, 100 to 1, whatever you want, because you deserve it. I think the NASDAQ is a disaster, and anyone manipulating and doing some shuffling of their shares to get on the NASDAQ is stupid. Well, the action is stupid. But there, I wouldn't give you a fair answer if I didn't acknowledge that there's that train of thought out there. To get on the Nasdaq, you could just reverse some shares. To continue that thought is, well, once you're on the Nasdaq, the stock is going to explode to the upside because of its story. So where I come down is I don't think they'll do any reverse split. They don't have to. It's purely by choice. There's no default coming. Short sellers will walk away. But as the um, I call it a quiet period. I've been corrected here. I I've used that terminology for 35 years, 40 years, but I'm told it's wrong by people that Googled it. Um, I don't know of a replacement term, but since February 11th, the company has been under a quiet period, first for the AIP acquisition, and then secondly, during that time, they got this hookup with TELUS. And I think it's bigger than anybody can imagine. And I can't believe you're still dawdling. I think you're playing with fire. I don't know why you're dragging your feet. If I were in your position, I would have done this what was it when you first brought it up? Last week or 10 days ago. You're crazy. Finger is down and Railtown's up. What are you waiting for, Will? I'm not mad at you. I'm just trying to put some fire up your ass. You probably should do it in the next 15 minutes. But you won't because you're not sure. And you're trying to judge Railtown against your experience with all these other crap companies. Railtown is mispriced. Railtown should not be on the over-the-counter. They went on the over-the-counter because they intended to come down here to raise money before ChatGPT caused awareness of AI to explode around the world. And thank God they didn't raise any money. Otherwise, you'd be right to worry about it. But yeah, there's a chance that if they do a reverse split, it's to get on the NASDAQ so that institutions can buy. Well, institutions can't buy right now because there's a quiet period. So why judge both because of AIP and because there's something going on somewhere. I think it's TELUS that is material, non-public information, and you're dawdling. You are one of the only people out there that has wherewithal. You can go, well, I don't know if you can buy 400,000 anymore, but you can go buy 400,000 shares of Railtown, and there's institutions out there, there's insiders out there, there's the guys at BlackBerry, they're not allowed to buy any shares. As soon as they're allowed to, this stock isn't 35 cents. But you're going to dawdle as you overthink it, as if your questions are smarter than Mike Laparadidis at BlackBerry or Donald Fagan at BlackBerry. I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyway, it's your decision. I just know, Will. I mean, I'm going to have to. I'm going to have these stories, I guess, as I grow into my dotage. That I used to own a lot of silver. I used to own a house. I used to, and I'm going to have to add to it that I didn't get a chance to bulk up my Railtown position. But you don't have to be in that boat. Why don't you act, Will, and then start asking these questions after you have establish your position. Why don't you, you've got 15 minutes now. Why don't you sell one of those stocks and buy Railtown? And then if you get that done, sell the other one and buy Railtown. Or do it tomorrow or spread it out. Why don't you average up? You can average up your price of Railtown so that by the time you do it, you buy 250,000 shares, which is still a magnificent position. Magnificent. But it won't be 400. But just keep taking your time. Keep taking your time. It'll wait for you. No problem. You've got the BlackBerry guys funding the stock, and they had to do it at market, so it's a low price. They can't do any more buying because of the quiet period. When the quiet period's over, buying will come in, I think. That's one of my theses. And the story itself will draw in buying. Then as the stock goes up, you're right to worry, if you are worried, the stock going from 35 cents to $5 might be a back and forth volatile struggle, or it could happen all at once. We don't know. But I tell you, once it's above 5 or 6, institutions everywhere can buy it. And then it's over probably. But you won't be in it. You'll still own Finger. I got to sign back in, darn it. You'll still own Finger. It'll be $1. I do think Finger had all of the stocks you own, Will. They have a chance that if a group of investors offshore working perhaps with Univest or another banker offshore were to pay a trading desk in the Caribbean or in Frankfurt or somewhere else offshore a few millions of dollars to turn on their algorithmic buy program computers, and then they were to seed the story with some paid promoters and then maybe one or two puff PR pieces, you get a lot of retail buying, and the buy computers duke it out with the sell computers, and then the sell computers back off, and maybe the pressure gets high over there to cover positions, and you get a spike in the stock. That could happen at any time to any of those stocks. I think it's a gamble. Railtown's an investment, but I'm not saying a gambler's hand sometimes works. But let me give you a number. You've got Finger. Let's say the guys got together, they paid some trading desk in wherever, Bermuda or the Bahamas. They gave him $5 million. That's his fee. And then they put up $100 million in a brokerage account that he can use to trade, so that the buy computer looks like they have unlimited buying, which scares the sell computer who has endless selling. But they still need the human beings to be promoted in between, so it looks random. Then the sell computer covers, and these guys have successfully pumped the stock up, created a mania, and then they sell out at the top while the suckers hold the bag thinking it's going to 3,000 when all it was ever meant to do was go to 9 pre-market, 10 pre-market. If you were awake, you might have had a chance to get out. But then during the day, during the market hours, it quickly trades down to 7, 5, 4, closes at 350. You don't sell because Hey, I missed it. I could have gotten 10, but you don't sell. No, it's going back up. That's the sign of weakness. And you're hoping, and maybe it has a little bit of a rally. And then 6 weeks, 8 weeks later, it's 90 cents. But you didn't want to sell that finger and get into Railtown because you didn't want to miss that hellish experience. Let me compare that to Railtown, 35 cents. TELUS comes out finally, maybe this Friday, and says, you know what? We've been talking about our, our digital AI enabled technology revenue now for 2 quarters. In fact, in our third quarter, we mentioned Railtown as a partner. In our fourth quarter and our third quarter, we said that our goal is to get to $2 billion in revenue coursing through our AI enabled technology products. There's only one. It's the TELUS data center and Kamloops data center. I mean, there's some technologies and they might be selling some consulting services. So instead of 2 billion, I use $1 billion. If Railtown's cut of that, you can come up with whatever number you want. I think it could be everything. You could estimate everything from 5% to 50%. And I think the extremes are ridiculous. So as you hone in, I settle in at 20%. I have no idea if I'm right. But 20% times $1 billion is 200 million. That's in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and growing, and for as long as the eye to see. What are the assumptions? The assumptions are that TELUS knows its own business and they can, in fact, increase the revenue on its Rimouski and Kamloops data centers to 2 billion by, or whatever part of that, by 2027, and they can grow it. Another assumption that the Kamloops and Rimouski data centers are state of the art. They have the state of the art, highest performance NVIDIA chips, best in the world, that they've been built by, the stacks have been built by TELUS to optimize service to the user, because TELUS wants to kick butt in the AI agentic market space. They're first, they're the best so far. Number 78 in the world. So that's an assumption. The other assumption is that TELUS Sovereign Canadian AI Factory is going to be bulked out with Canadian firms. So that leaves out Langchain. That leaves out the multitude of competitors. That leaves out Google ADK. Who does it obviously leave? Railtown AI Technologies. Canadian advisory board with John Ruffalo, one of the senior eminent gris of Canadian business out of Toronto, and the original investor in Constitution Software, $1 to $5,000. He was able to raise $500 million from his hospital bed. He's so well thought of for Mavericks One. He's on the board. He's the founder of AIP Partners. Mike Norbrega, founder of, not founder, a CEO of Omers, founder of AIP Partners. He's on the board of advisory board of Railtown. Dr. Tom Core, with just a pristine, shining resume in somewhere up there, Waterloo or somewhere, but in the academic and think tank space for excellence in this space. He's a founder of AIP. He's not only on the board, but he's actually one of the new executives at Railtown. Pat Horgan, 35 years at IBM. and AI for Canada, IBM Canada. He's on the advisory board. The two guys from BlackBerry who grew the revenue from BlackBerry, hardware ultimately becomes a commodity business, but they grew the revenue through contracts. They're on the advisory board. And you're waiting for Finger? I don't know. Will. Sometimes in life, you got to seize the opportunity with both hands and just do it, not pussyfoot around. But I don't know. I'll leave you alone. You've got 5 minutes. If I were in your shoes, I'd be so happy, but I'm not. I'm not. And so I hope you hang on to the dogs. You're going to learn your lesson. The problem is learning your lesson is there's not an obvious, there might be, I mean, this space is pretty hot. There might be another story out there that will allow you, you had 135,000 in stock. I imagine it's down to 115, just guessing in my head. And if you got into Railtown at 33 cents, you buy 350,000 shares. That's not bad, but you won't. You're going to worry about things like this. So long answer to the question. I think Railtown with TELUS finally pulling back the veil and potentially announcing that we're open for more business. It's always possible they'll mention Railtown again. I don't know, but it at some point, TELUS is going to remove that material non-public information issue, and then you see all sorts of things happen, and you'll have confirmation then that it's a good stock and that it's an investment. You'll have research, you'll have people coming in, but you won't own the stock. And then you'll come, you say, should I sell? There was a woman, Will, in a year ago who had 1,000 shares of Finger, something like $5 or $6, $5.50, $6.50 a share. Finger was. Might have been in May. I don't know. Whatever it was, I don't have an exact memory, but I do know if she sold her Finger at that time, she was able to buy 11 or 12,000 shares of Railtown. Well, unfortunately, since that time, Railtown has been a pretty lonely investment because nothing has happened that's urgent. It went up twice. People paid up and they're disappointed. Some people are pissed off even though they inform the world that they are longer term investors, but at their heart, they're just gamblers for a quick hit because they've got all the money they need. They're disappointed. And so on the one hand, if she had done it, she would be disappointed that for almost a year, Railtown essentially not only did nothing, depending on where she got in, it was a somewhat downward slope, but she would still have the stock. On the other hand, her Finger went from 650 or whatever it was, I'm not trying to exaggerate, to 90 cents. So now, if she wants to do it, 1,000 shares, sell, swap out, she gets 3,000 Railtown. I would still do it, but she had a chance essentially at 4 times that number of shares in Railtown. Yes, she avoided the wait, but she only gets to buy less. I don't know what you're thinking. When a company does a reverse split, It does not automatically cause short selling. It does not automatically cause um, uh, predatory short selling. It does not automatically cause the entire marketplace to turn on a stock. The reason they do that is it's of a piece of a campaign. These slaughters of these companies are pre-planned. It's collusion. That's why I think Aubrey Advisors was part of it. My judgment. I think Chandron, talking about collective audience, I think they set it up a year and a half before to steal 200 million out of the market. My judgment. But it's a plan. So what's the plan, Will? You know it by now. Maybe you don't. It doesn't hit you in the head. You come up with a stock. You make a pretty story around it. You have promoters. You hope to get retail buyers getting it running for whatever reason. And then in comes Jeff Easton. He does a quick financing. It's toxic. It's, arrogant, prospectus, company has some money. Everyone's processing it. And then the hedge funds out of Toronto start selling. And it goes on for a year or two. They can wait. They know what they're doing. It's their strategy. And then if they can drive it under a price, their lawyers, their attorneys, their financial people come in, nice suits. We're looking out for you. Reverse split, upgrade to NASDAQ. It's just so they can start the slaughter from a higher price. It has nothing to do with the reverse split per se. It's part of their strategy. It's not that if a company does a reverse split, somehow that means they're going to get crushed. It means that all the stocks you've been pouring your money in are these manipulated, promoted, hope for a squeeze stocks, while people up in New York City collect 15 grand a month and big stock positions that they can sell at market, and they're feeding their family and their fat faces while you're trying to understand what happened. That whole market is corrupt. Stop thinking you can outsmart it. You can't. But you wouldn't go too far wrong if you just knew that they have a playbook. Part of the playbook, take a perfectly good company and team, finance them via one of these fronts. As soon as they call, you start selling the stock. So you're just giving them their own money. You're not putting any money at risk. And because of your relationships with the stock loan desks, you just sell stock that doesn't exist. And you build up a pool of money. When they come back to the market for money, you just give them that. But it's at a lower price. And if there's a merger, which is what was announced February 11th, a buyout, the computers automatically sell. But if the company can't talk to defend itself, they can't do anything about that selling. That's your opportunity, but you want to overthink it. Anyway, I'm being hard on you. I hope you don't miss it, but you can, do what you want. I'm sure Finger will work out for you. And Finger has a chance at any time. All of these stocks have a chance at any time to be manipulated upward. But I'll tell you one thing. If Finger gets in the middle of some sort of upward, O'Flaherty is going to do a financing for him. Finger needs money. But I don't know what else to say to you, Will. I do wish you luck. I wish I had your position. Oh my gosh. I would have done it 2 weeks ago. I would have done it last week. But you're not even going to do it this week. You're going to think about it. Well, you'll be thinking about it the rest of your life, in my opinion. I'm not being paid by the company. I have no motive here other than to really tell you. I mean, if you're serious about trying to make back what you lost with all these crap companies, and I was back there, what, 3, 4 years ago, showing charts of what a squeeze could do because I believed it based on my experience. I'm embarrassed that I ever drew those charts. And here I am trying to force feed to you that you can buy 400,000 shares of Railtown, which you can't anymore, by the way. You don't, your account is down while you're waiting. But let's say 350,000. Shit, let's just say 300,000 by the time you get it done. If you have 300,000 shares and Railtown, TELUS comes out and announces that whatever they're going to announce, I have no idea what it is, but maybe it's that we're really going to go full bore and we invite everybody to come pour your business through the sovereign AI factory in Canada that is green energy. It costs 60% less than any other data center. The government's behind it. We have this beautiful stack of Canadian companies. All your information is in Canada. Come on down. When they do that, it opens up news, I think, but it opens up the revenue chutes. And it's not that you need to see the revenue. You just need the analysts at the hedge funds, at the hyperscalers, at Wall Street, at the mutual funds. It'll be slow at first, maybe, but they can say, wait a minute, who is that company? What's their take on the deal? Are you telling me AIP Partners is going to transfer 200 million? I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about 3 years down the road. 200 million over to, or 250 or 300 million over to the TELUS data center, and Railtown owns AIP network, and then Railtown's going to get whatever percentage. I use 20% of that, and it's 100% margin, and it's baked in the cake, and it's sticky, and there's a high moat, and they're Canadian companies. All they have to do is be able to project that in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And they write the report, or they tell their investment committee, this company is going to be worth whatever they think in 5 years, or this company is going to be bought out, or as a standalone, this company is going to be doing whatever. I'm making it up. It's going to be doing $1.5 billion a year in cash flow by 2032. I'm making that up, but all you need is for them to project it and believe it. And look, once it starts at TELUS, it's not going to disappear. It's not like G-Bucks. We got Goldman Sachs. We're buying a gold company, and it's Dubai. Wow, Dubai. There's a lot of money, and there's a sheikh. Oh wow, shake and bake. I've heard of that before, and they've got one of these crypto. Yeah, that's good. Crypto's good. The guy's got $200 million, 250 million in crypto, and he's going to sell his crypto because he hasn't had a good experience with crypto, and he's going to go into an unknown over-the-counter stock that no one's ever heard of. Yeah, but they've got an app that it's about donation. It's a payment app, one of the best in the world. Well, they got, 200 people use it. And but just to throw in, they're going to have a biotech company come through, and this is going to be unbelievable. They're going to put the $250 million in a commercial real estate. They're going to catch a falling knife better than anybody else. Perfect. They're going to get income because they're going to buy the buildings in commercial real estate that are full. What a brilliant, I got to own G-Bucks. Well, then G-Bucks goes to 12, pre-market, on a lot of volume. You were sleeping, or at least I was. And when the market opens, it's not 12, it's 8. Well, I'm going to see, this might be the squeeze. This might be a sign of the squeeze. I'm going to hold on. Then it's 6. Well, I could have gotten 8. I'll wait till it goes to 8. Then it's 5. Well, it's obviously a squeeze. They're in trouble. They're just pushing it down to head fake us. I'll hold on. And so on till it's back to where it started. This is not going to happen with Railtown. Railtown is not a squeeze play. But let's say you have 300,000 shares of Railtown. And TELUS does this releasing of the non-material public information. There might be other non-material public information out there. So we might be disappointed. But whenever that is lifted, and let's say the stock goes to its previous high at 70 cents. You got 210 grand. You've turned it used to be 135,000. Now it's probably around 115, 120,000. You've turned it into 10 grand. 210 grand. Now, if the heaviness, because to call them shorts, they laugh at us. It's more than just the people that short. If the heaviness tries to make money and suppress it there, they might have some success. Maybe it pulls back to 50 cents, and then you have 150,000. As long as you don't get shaken out, the native buying gets it up through 70 cents, and it goes to $1.40. Temporarily, maybe you have $420,000. But at $1.40, the heaviness and all the games they do, they're able to push it down because they find air pockets. People panic. Oh, and they're going to listen to Tony. I better take some of my money off, and I better race and put it into AME, because AME is buying games, is buying whatever the hell. So then it picks up steam again, because the revenues are going to be showing up every single month. The revenues are 100%, and the potential is that the revenue goes from 0 to a projectable 50 million a year, 100 million a year. So buyers start coming back in, and now it goes to let's say it goes to 250. It might have many more moves than this. All of a sudden, you've got $750,000. And I'm talking this quarter, by the way. I'm talking within weeks of when they finally lift the blanket on news. At 250, you got 750 grand. But if the heaviness still has some control, they might get it down under 2, because $2 is a critical point to some accounts. And some margin is available sometimes at $2. So they'll try to trade it under 2 to hit stop loss orders, and maybe they get it down to 175. So you're down to 525. But as long as you're not shaken out of it, they will try to shake you out. All the promotional guys. Oh, you better take some profit. As long as you're not sucked into that thinking, the buyers come in, and this time they take the stock to not 250, but they get it to 3.25. And you have 350,000 shares. Or I said 300. I said 300,000 shares, didn't I? 300,000 shares. So now you have 975,000. And I'm talking in a matter of weeks from when the veil is lifted and the revenues start becoming obvious at 325. Now, if the heaviness still has some control and they're hitting it hard, maybe they pull it back to 275, 250, which we already talked about. I'm not going to calculate it. So maybe it pulls back. But then inexorably, the buyers come in because it's a real stock, real revenue, it's AI, and it's powerful. Let's say they get it. Let's just skip forward 1 or 2 movements, and they say they get the stock to $5.25. And that could happen in a matter of weeks or a couple of months in this time frame. You now have $1,575,000. Now the heaviness is going to fight like hell to get it down, and maybe it pulls back for a day or 2 or a week. And all the people that are paid to make you scared are going to be saying to you, because you don't know the story, Will, you don't have any conviction at all. And if you buy it, your job is to educate yourself so you do have conviction. And I try to do my best. I know my personality doesn't always help the job, but I try to source everything. I try to back up everything I've said. There are some execution risks. There are some leaps in connecting the dots, but it's all there. Anyway, so maybe they take it from 525 down to 4.25. Or maybe they really make it and people have some stop limit orders in, and it really crashes down to 375. You're going to get scared. You're going to listen to Tony saying, you got to take some money off and go put it in AME, which is idiotic. So if you can handle that volatility and you don't get shaken out, as it comes back to 525, 550, and the bid comes up over 5 and gets into the 550 range on volume, well, then you're looking 556, 6.25. All of a sudden, every institution can buy it, as long as there's not a quiet period going on for some reason. But every institution can buy it. Research can come out. The thundering herd at Merrill Lynch can recommend it to their clients. Webull and Red Bull and We Steal Your Money and How online services, they're all fractional reserves. They will open it up on their platforms. And then from 550, $6, 650, that stock can double in 48 hours, because those people are not going to hesitate. the institutions. They're not going to say, oh my gosh, well, what if they do a reverse split? Do I have to worry about that? And well, you and I cannot outthink those institutions once they can put their research to it, once they can call the company, once they put their metrics on it, once they talk to their sources at TELUS, once they talk to their sources at NVIDIA, once they talk to their sources at Anthropic or wherever the hell is in that stack. And then they put a projection out that that company, if they get, and that's another assumption, I have to admit that. The assumption is that Railtown becomes such an important piece of the NVIDIA stack at TELUS that when people around the world, governments and telecoms and other institutions around the world want sovereign AI data, they call Railtown, but they don't call Railtown specifically. They call NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has it in the stack. Or they call TELUS, and it's in the stack. And Railtown is not tied to TELUS exclusively. Who knows what other contracts can come out? They're neutral. They're Switzerland. So it doesn't have to be NVIDIA or TELUS. It could be that, I don't know, IBM noticed what's going on, and they call up Railtown and say, you know what? We're building something in Poland, and our motto is going to be do me it's think. That was their motto. And we need a stack. Can we license your product? Can we buy your product? I don't think it's for sale. These kind of people don't have your hesitation. They might have some hesitation to get it through an investment committee, and many of them don't mind paying $10 or $12 or $15 instead of $1.50. They don't mind it because they keep their job. A lot of these investors are investing other people's money. They just want a return that's good enough that they can earn their fees. They don't want to take risks that they can get fired. They'd rather be a pat in the crowd at hopefully the top quintile, but they don't want to be that one lemming that misstepped and fell off the cliff. They go off with a whole flock of lemmings. That's different, but they don't want to be the one waddling behind and gets eaten by a lion. So all of a sudden, you could have a stock. Pick a number, 1250. All of a sudden, within 90 days, by the way, it could take longer. Within 90 days of whenever it starts, you could have a stock worth $3,750,000. And you're actually asking me about a reverse split? If Railtown reverse splits, you just multiply all these numbers by whatever the split was and divide by fewer shares or whatever, if I said that the right way. It's just arithmetic. It doesn't change anything. Railtown is a revenue story. Railtown is a vanguard of, for now, the idea of a sovereign AI stack. But it's more than that, I think. But some of that will be proven. Anyway. Well, let me give you a number, which I just don't know why you're sitting on your hands. Because frankly, if it goes to, let's say it goes to $10, and by that time you have 100 grand left and you haven't done anything, you could still buy 10,000 shares of Railtown at 10. It's a big come down. But you know what? You might not even be able to buy 10,000 because the heaviness might have moved on to other stocks. And there may be no supply of stock, and you hesitate. But let me give you an example. I have no idea, but I give you something to dream about. IBM trades for $229 a share. And IBM's dividend is annually, IBM's dividend is $6.76. $6.76. And it's $229 a share. Okay. Let's say, Will, that Railtown, I'm talking about visible forward 12-month earnings. It's clear to everyone that they're going to lock down their portion of the AIP network compute on the TELUS system. Let's say it comes across at 40 million a year and growing. So we know there's 40 million there. And then, but that's a one-off. So we're not sure what kind of multiple would be given to that, maybe 10 or 15 on that business. But we know it's there. That keeps the lights on. That's 10 million a quarter, 100% margin. Well, then if we take $1 billion out of the $2 billion target of TELUS, just $1 billion, to allow for the fact there's other technologies or there might be some competition, but they do achieve it. And if we assume, because we don't have any idea, that the number is 20%, that's 200 million from TELUS business, 100% to Railtown, 240 million a year and growing in the future from TELUS. Now, let's just haircut that because we're worried about reverse splits. Let's say instead of 240 million, it's 100 million. Let's haircut it that much. 240. So we're haircutting it by 60%. A perfectly reasonable target. We're going to chop over 60% off. So let's use 100. Now let's further assume that IBM is in a cutthroat race to not miss out on this technological transformation the way they missed out on Microsoft and Apple taking advantage, and Dell and others taking advantage of the personal computer and the internet later. So let's say that IBM is paying close attention and they want to win this away from Facebook or win this away from Google or Amazon or whomever. But let's also say that Corey and Marwan and their advisory board have gotten a pretty keen idea. And here's some assumptions here. These are things we have to find out. But they've developed a pretty keen idea that we have something that the world wants, and that if we brand it, work on getting it out there, and we keep pouring money back into it, and we build it ourselves, we're a unicorn on the par maybe of a Cohere or even bigger. So point is, if management and the board starts thinking we don't want to sell too cheaply, and IBM says I want to own them because I want IBM to be part of this AI technological revolution, we want to own the stack. We're not NVIDIA, but we have our own capabilities. Google is building their silo. We want to build the superpower computer silo for IBM. So we want to own Railtown. Let's just say that happens. Well, the board says, no, we're not going to sell. And as they're talking and their bankers are talking, all of a sudden there's a phone call from Amazon who's having some problems with maintaining their monopoly over information in the sales market of America. Other competition is encroaching. So Amazon is also looking at, we need the orchestration layer for our factories and our robotics, and we need to keep ahead of Spotify and eBay and some of these other upstarts. We want it. So they put in an offer. And what if in the course of that, Zuckerberg, who squandered $70 billion on metaverse, and he's got Facebook, which even he's got to realize it's fickle. The audience is fickle. They're tied into Facebook because of a lot of the hooks and talent and stickiness. But in an age of AI, how hard is it going to be for a new Instagram, a new TikTok, a new budding non-American social platform where information is kept away from Trump? So Zuckerberg's panicking. He wants to own Railtown. And it's not the only thing he wants to own. He's buying other things. He's bidding on everything. And he comes in with an offer. And let's just you'll think it's fantasy land, but let's just say that there's a bidding war. I personally don't think the company will sell for $35. But let's say IBM wins the deal at $35 a share in stock. Other companies offered stock and cash. Other companies, maybe a company like a Facebook offered $40. But the board said, you know what? The one we like is IBM, because IBM is actually got a lot of growth left in the AI space. So let's just say they take that deal. Now you have 300 shares in my example of Railtown. Of course, it's just going to be an example because you're never going to act. You're going to think about it. IBM is $229. So you take the price of IBM right now, $229. You divide that by 35. You get 6.5 shares. So for every 6.5 shares of Railtown you get a share of IBM. Why is that important to you? You get the bump from 35 cents all the way to $35. Do you know what that is in my example? It's not a promise. It's just an example. That's 100x. You don't have to pay taxes. And you get into the refuge of a blue chip company. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to go down in a bad market, but you're in a blue chip company without having to pay taxes. So you go from $115,000 in shitty stocks, and in the span, let's say, of a year, IBM offers 100x, and you've got 300,000 shares. So you're going to end up with $10,500,000 worth of IBM stock without having to pay tax. Look, there's things that have to go there, but I'm trying to give the example. There are steps here that we have to see happen. This isn't happening with finger ever. So anyway, going back to the example, you get 6.5, you get 1 share of IBM for 6.5 shares of Railtown. So you end up with 46,000 something. Let's just call it 46,000 shares of IBM. And you didn't have to pay tax. You know what happens then? Ceteris paribus. You start earning $6.76 per annum on 46,000 shares of IBM stock. You start earning $310,000 a year. In dividends a year per annum every year. That's double what your account was worth 2 weeks ago every year. Put it another way, you start earning $26,000 a month in dividend income from IBM. Now that's a relatively high yielding stock, but another buyer could be TELUS. TELUS has 8 or 9% yield, but I think those telecoms have a high yield for a reason, and one of the reasons is they have debt, and they have, so it's susceptible to being cut. I like Microsoft as a buyer, but it's not as good for us if Microsoft buys it. But why? I don't think Microsoft is $413. But Microsoft, to me, is it going to go up 10x? I think IBM, let's see where Microsoft is. Microsoft's market cap is $3 trillion. And its dividend is 364. But if you compare that market cap to IBM, I could see the company Railtown being willing maybe to sell to an IBM, because IBM's market cap is 200 billion. So, if IBM were to achieve Microsoft's, I'm not saying they would, but at least conceptually, if they did a good job in AI and they were able to achieve 3 trillion in market cap, you can at least picture that IBM could have 10x ahead of it or more. I don't know how much Microsoft has ahead of it, 2x, 3x. Anyways, I wouldn't be as excited, but Microsoft could be a buyer. So what would happen? Well, if Microsoft paid $35 a share, plus they'd have to throw in some cash maybe, or maybe they bid, let's say Microsoft won the bid at $41.30. So you take 413 divided by 41.3. So every 10 shares of Railtown would get 1 share of Microsoft. So you have 300,000 shares of Railtown divided by 10. You'd end up with 30,000 shares of Microsoft. It's the same number, 10,500,000. Well, actually, it's higher because they're paying more, but so it's 11 or 12 million in value. But the dividend's less. It's only 364 a share per year. So you got 109,000 every year in that example. But that dividend is probably what your account's worth right now, and you'd be getting it every year. I'm trying to tell you, Will, there are so many ways this can work to your favor, and Railtown is not finger motion. Railtown does no revenue right now, zero, has no revenue. We're waiting for the proof of concept. That's our opportunity. That's our arbitrage. Finger has revenue, 35 million a year, roughly. It sometimes misses, not the whole year, but they had a couple of months there where it didn't come in from one product, they did another. So I'm not sure that institutions would find it reliable. But let me ask you this: how many institutions are investing in finger motion? What big industries behind finger motion? Top up minutes. I do think finger motion, I like the company. And right now, if I had money, I would maybe even take a gamble on finger motion having one of its patented runs that it has from time to time. But if finger goes to 10, they're going to raise money. That's 10x. I've just given you how Railtown, I know it may sound like fancy, but without squeezing, in the world's largest industry that is going through a transformation bigger than anything that's happened with technology since the steam engine. I finally figured it out. It's not rails, it's steam. But they were steam powered railroads. You can fix your account in a whole lot of directions, and you don't have to wait, Will. I don't get that. You know, a lot of people here that have been listening to me heard me first mention Railtown. I guess it would be a year and a half ago. I'm not good at roughly a year and a half ago. And some people bought then. I did. And then others heard my repeated, maybe they see it as boy called wolf, urgencies since June 5th. All I can say in my own defense is it's hard to call a bottom. And many times I felt like I was fighting the world with all these boo birds out there, and Tony, who was slamming the stock and slamming me, trashing the stock. Now, supposedly, he loves it. But you know what he's going to do? As soon as it's up, he's going to say, I'm your friend. I've been watching it. And I think I'm going to lighten up and you should be selling out. He's so reasonable. He's such a good advisor. And I think, look at AME. They walked it down. It's our time to buy. I don't know. If you want to stay in hell, stay in hell. I, like a friend of mine, erstwhile friend, I guess, said to me, quoting Winston Churchill, when you're going through hell, keep going. And I just want to get away from all these stocks. Haven't we proved to ourselves, Will, there's no there in stocks under $5 on the American markets if they need money? And you're going to say, well, Railtown's under $1. Aren't you talking out of both sides of your mouth? Well, if you don't know the story of Railtown, if you just think Railtown's another punt, then yeah, I guess it sounds that way. Railtown, in my judgment, is mispriced. And I don't know how many times I have to give it to you. I'm not going to draw it. I'm not going to punish everybody here. But over the summer last year, about a dozen private equity companies, IVF, Sequoia, Benchmark, some of the Google one and the Amazon, some of their equity arms. They all worked a deal over the summer last year called LangChain. And LangChain had the stellar projection based on June numbers of annual revenue of between $12 million and $16 million losing money. The purpose of raising $125 million was to work on their product and their offerings. To my knowledge, everyone seems to speak well of it, but to my knowledge, LangChain doesn't even come close to the platform Railtown has. Now, Railtown doesn't have a private equity group out propagandizing and telling the world this is the gold standard. So you might argue that Railtown missed the boat, as I've had a pretty smart guy tell me. But I don't agree to that view because LangChain does not have Rail Engine, for example. It might be working on a similar concept, but it took 2.5 years, heavy lift, for Railtown to build it. Is LangChain going to be able to throw $100 million at it down in Palo Alto and come up with that? Maybe. But they got money to spend on marketing. They got to give money back to their private equity people. I don't know. Maybe. But they raised $125 million based on the valuation and work over that summer. They announced the closing in October of last year, and post money, LangChain was valued losing money, and I think they now have 30% of the Fortune 500 companies in some manner or fashion. But it's a one-off, contract to contract. They achieved an 85 to 120x valuation, depending on how you want to look at it, on revenues. The post-money valuation was $1.25 billion. If there is an aha moment regarding Railtown because of TELUS and the sovereign data centers, and the fact that Railtown is selling once, TELUS, and then TELUS is bringing somewhere between 2 million and 20 million. I never remember exactly, but millions of users of the TELUS telecom are going to be exposed to this data center. If it's 2 million and they get 10%, and those 10% are small to medium-sized enterprises, you can start adding up some serious revenue. But I think it'll be more than that. A lot of customers. So if there's an aha moment, do you think the aha moment is going to be that the market collapses LangChain's valuation down from 1.25 billion last summer, as the orchestration framework market is as hot as anything in AI? Do you think the aha moment will be for the LangChain valuation of last year to collapse to under 100 million? Or alternatively, could the aha moment be, oh my gosh, Railtown's almost as good as Lane Chain. No, it's not. It's better. Which is more likely? I don't know. I guess we got to worry about a reverse split. But if Railtown goes to Lane Chain's valuation of last year, it's $5.50 a share. $5.50 a share. $5.50 a share. What is going to make Finger Motion go to $5.50 a share? The only thing that's going to make that right now, if you want it to happen in the next, I don't know, 90 days, the only thing that's going to make that happen with Finger Motion is promotion. So there's momentum and buying calls, so the premiums are high, and then the smart computers buy the stock, sell the calls, and that feeds itself for a while, and then it drifts down. That's why I always said sell into those. But for a while, it's a nice trade. So that's the trick. Where do you get out? But the way Finger Motion could make it happen, I don't think Finger Motion, Martin Shen's an honest man. He would never get involved in it. He wouldn't want to hear it. But if a group of investors in Finger Motion hired a guy, let's say in Panama, paid him $7.5 million to turn on all of his computers worldwide up, and also to prime the pump on some promoters on TikTok or Reddit or wherever. And they also gave him $100 million to trade with, back and forth. It made it look like he's a big buyer. And then the promoters drive Finger Motion with a rumor of an acquisition or a rumor of a big contract. And that could happen, by the way. If Finger Motion, that's the other thing, if Finger Motion had some out of the blue acquisition or offer to be bought, that can happen to any stock. But the only way that these stocks are going to go up is if they're manipulated. If a group of longs offshore break U.S. securities law by colluding, cheating, spoofing, crossing, all of that on the long side, the computers on the short side do it. In between, the unpredictability comes from the sheep, us, and we don't know what we're doing. But the guys on the long side do. They're creating a stock pool from $1 if they can get it to, and that's when you see hundreds of millions in volume, back and forth. If they can get it to just go to 8, 10, 12, but pre-market, they get out. And all the people with promotional stock, they make millions. They get out. Maybe they run a financing through O'Flaherty. The company has $30 million for the next year. And you may or may not get out. But if you see those numbers, Will, you're talking about missing out on maybe 8x, 10x, 12x, if you trade it correctly. Odds are you won't. You'll be believing it's going to go to 500. And it might. Squeezes are out of the blue and they can be unpredictable, but it's a gamble. Railtown's offering you a way to change your financial account. Anyway, I'm not being hard on you. I'm trying to. Well, maybe I am, but it's not out of ill will. I'm really trying to get you to act, and I'm telling you, if I had a third of your money, I would be racing to buy Railtown stock. I just, I'm trying to get I've got to pay my phone bill, my Verizon. I've got to pay my prescription drugs. I've got to get to Texas. for important meetings. All of this. And in other words, I can't do what you're able to do. And I wish I could just download to you how lucky you are. Will, you're not going to have to wait. I mean, we don't know that for sure. It could be another quarter. On the other hand, it could be this Friday. Is that enough? Have I hammered you enough? Plus, you can buy that much stock now while they're just selling it like Xerox titles. They're selling it like confetti. That's when you can build that position. And I know that you've been burned. Well, I have. But my gosh, Will. Would that I were in your shoes. Anyway, good luck. I know it's not as easy as I describe it. And it's not riskless. I mean, if they turn on the stack at TELUS and it implodes, that's not that's not good. But everything, I think eventually Railtown would survive, but it would be a long few months. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that's why we're being forced with this sort of doldrum, is because they're trying to make sure that that data center stack not only doesn't implode, that it excels. Anyway, that's a lot of... I don't know why it matters to me, Will, but it does. I want you to make money. I know that might not make sense, but it is my motive. It is my motive. It's one of the screwball motives on Wall Street, I guess, but that's how I see it. I don't think there's a lot of risk, so they call it an asymmetric bet. But if I'm wrong, you'll have time to get back into finger, or if you miss finger, you're going to be mad at me. But I don't know how to give odds on a finger. That's the only stock, right? Yeah, I know you had two or three others. It's the only one I remember right now. But any of these can squeeze. But not only is it a gamble, it's an unknown timing. But then you've got to be able to trade it properly. And what I've seen from most of you guys, and I include myself in it, we don't have the institutional trading mentality, the day trader mentality, because this is just one of many girls. Most of us are one girl guys. And I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry, Will, I went on a long time. And I'll try to change the subject. I think congratulations for the position you're in. I really sincerely wish you the best with your decision. If Railtown were to do a reverse split, it would not have toxic consequences because they don't have a toxic funder. There might be some playing around initially, heavy, but that might give people an opportunity to buy it. But the revenues will speak for themselves and make the stock go up, in my judgment. I think it's stupid to do it, to get on the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ is a joke. It used to be the finest exchange in the over-the-counter market. But under Dina's leadership, such as it is, it's just become a gold-plated abattoir. If the over-the-counter markets are a muddy stockyard with offal and smells and screams and blood everywhere, the NASDAQ's just a soundproof stainless steel, gold-plated abattoir. Same result. Neil Gondek, 200 plus companies under AIP. Ah, wow. I used that number, but now it's gone to 200. As that acquisition didn't just stop, they're still adding 50,000 a year by those 10 million right now. Yeah. By those is 10 million. Yeah. But I think if it's, they're doing, Neil, they're doing 500 million in revenue, those companies collectively. So if you assume, I don't know, how much are they spending to do that? They're not all profitable. Maybe not half, but 40% of that becomes a spend. That's 200 million on hyperscalers if they move that. Railtown gets whatever, even if it's 10%, that's 20 million a year. It's a lot of money. Ward Richardson, Eric Belanger, I agree, the spring is coiling. I think the spring has come. Neil Gondek, I'm only guessing what is the capex for each, but the big boys spending 200 to 300 billion a year. Yeah. It's to make money in AI as a AI software as a service provider, you have to be hosted somewhere. And to make those data centers work, they need the orchestration layer. And there's a lot of different definitions of what that orchestration layer means. But I don't know. I stand by it. I think Railtown is the best product out there. And they've got a head start on everybody, including Google ADK. But I don't know. That's, there's parts of my story which are, I think, reasonable connecting of the dots and coming to a reasonable conclusion. But the fact is, we don't know it yet. And we can't know it until things evolve. And I'm not sure for example, I'm not sure we'll ever know what the revenue split is. And we may not know what the revenue projections are, that quickly. It may be that it's just internally known, or it's known by NVIDIA or known by Microsoft because they can extrapolate. But eventually we'll get a sense of revenue. And by that time, I think the stock will be much higher in price. So our arbitrage is the lack of information. Our arbitrage is the fact that most serious investors, and I'm not saying you're not serious. This is a serious investment. But most of those institutions and fiduciary response, anybody that has a job investing other people's money, they just cross off the list anything under $5. And I wish I could think of stocks in my head that have performed from low numbers that you would know, but there are, there are a lot that do. Giuseppe Ingrano. Hello, William and everyone. Giuseppe Ingrano. Thank you, William. Buckeye in Puerto Rico. I looked up places to live in Puerto Rico. I'm not sure I can afford it right now, but I'll have to get your advice. For some reason, I never studied Spanish. It was an obvious thing to study, but anyway, I would. Ricky Brogan, here's a story from the past. Oak Ridge National Laboratory. This layer hired in. She met a goofy genius scientist guy. She married him. Come to find out she was a Russian spy. Well, there's Russian spies, Iranian, Chinese is the worst. But who knows what we spy, Who knows what our network is, so. Bullish news for TELUS this morning on LinkedIn. I actually looked on LinkedIn this morning several times and I didn't see it, but I think I just read the news story to you guys. I did it, I know, before I signed in live, but let's see if I can find out, Ricky, what story you're referring to. Of course, I can't do it. It's making me sign in, so, and I don't remember well, maybe it'll autofill. No, I can't do it, Ricky. I'll save it for tomorrow because I've already taken everybody's time. Defun. Hello, William. Where do we stand with GTII? I haven't heard anything about it for a while. Well, it's a shell company, and there's better shells out there. I've said early and often, and I think to the point that it pissed people off, that basically once GTI goes to the legal route, there's no way. Everybody wants justice. Everybody, it's the same with MMTOP. Everybody wants. It's not how the court system works, and equity is the last on the totem pole for any recovery, and lawyers leap to the front of recovery. The only people ahead of them are the bankruptcy court itself and tax authorities. And there are some trades or current obligations to people, work employees, but not all of it, but to contractors. It always seemed like the judge had leeway on that, but they come ahead of everything. And then you have your secured creditors. And you have, in the case of GTII, you have your whales that paid for everything. And I think, as I pointed out to the dissatisfaction of all, I think the receiver is very expensive and didn't take a lot of risk, didn't do very much work other than good work. I think he does good work with the reporting and the filings, and I think he's very diligent, but I don't think he did all the searching to take. I think that was paid for by the whales through an attorney. Anyway, so net as a shell, I think it's very expensive. It's got a heavy pre-existing burden on it once it comes out of receivership. I have no I don't follow it that closely. I don't know if it's even out of receivership yet. But GTII was always a piece of shite stock. It was sold to me as a company who had a really smart CEO, and what he would do, and I mean it's incubating. It makes sense. He would bring private companies into his company, and he would do the filings and the advice and the legal and the auditing, all that, and then he'd get it ready, and those companies would float, and he'd keep a piece of it. And that made sense to me as a story, but it was always a piece of shite story. This is a company that had very little revenues, didn't own much. And turns out that guy might have been in on it, or at least it might be that his greed got ahead of his strategy. I think, as you know, the Kramers came in with their 6 or 7 clients in Clambake, New Jersey. One of them named Leo, might be the father of one of the Kramers. They came in with a financing ostensibly, I can't remember the total that they committed to, $500,000 or something like that, maybe 750. But they came in at 60,000. But as soon as they knew about it, they were shorting that stock. So they just gave the money to Reichman from shorting the stock. And I think Reichman picked up on it. And they only gave him, I forget the numbers, it's maybe $67,000. I think they gave him net 56 or 58,000 or 53,000, much lower, because they had fees, they had a discount, and I guess and hard costs. But I guess that was about it. But it was much lower cash actually distributed. And so Reichman bought back that note after Tom Ronk and others figured out that there was 50 or 60 million shares sold short. And the idea is, well, he bought back the note. There's going to be a squeeze because compliance is going to come in and buy those shares back. And sure enough, the stock that summer or that November ran to I can't remember, all the stories blur, but I think it ran to like 450 a share. A couple of my friends who are professional, they got out at $2, $2.20. And I said, well, you're missing. He said, nah, I'll take it and move on. And that's how you have to be, but none of us are. And anyway, it had its ups, downs. And then in November, it ran to, I don't know, $8 or $9, $8.97, I think, or that was finger. But anyway, something in that range. And Lou, who brought a lot of investors into it, fair enough. It's his audience. Lou, I think it was that same year, but it might have been the next. I think it was that same year. And he was maybe smart enough to see a trade, but he talked to a couple of promoters, and Lou was in New York, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the traders offered him some cash. I'm not saying anything bad about Lou. That's how it works up there. All those guys that talk to you, they get bribed. That's what I call it. But everybody gets paid. So um, I wouldn't be surprised if Lou, got something for recommending um, COSM. And COSM, Cosmo, or whatever the hell it was, crappy story. But Lou, the CEO of COSM, and Frank Benedetto all told the same story, which was wrong. And I said so, but I bought stock because I'm just like you guys and sold it. Um, the company just had some contracts and a Greek CEO, offshore money, and a story in a business that's not that exciting. But it was enough to get Lou excited, and Lou said, "Hey, the CEO's talking to me. There's something wrong with the guy at GTII. He won't talk to me." You know what? Lou was right about that guy, and it turns out. I always gave credit to Lou for um, I think he was trying to teach people what he knew, and I think he sensed something. But at the same time, the COSM story was hogwash, and the whole idea was they were going to change the QSIP. That's going to make it squeeze. They're going to change the name. That's going to make that. That's there's no reason for that. And anyway, the stock ran like a son of a bitch. It went from my understanding is Lou got in at around 8 or 10 cents, but maybe he got in at 18 cents. No one knows for sure, and that's fine. Whatever. Um, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about him. It's just what happened. And so people started selling GTII to buy COSM. COSM went to 85, 90 cents, and they did an offering. So that guy, the Greek, got $35 million out of the audience to fund his life and his lifestyle. He probably made more of that shorting and playing with money offshore without disclosing it because it's offshore and no one cares. No one cares. So he got well paid. I would imagine the other two promoters got benefit from it a lot, and that might have included Lou, but it certainly included Frank, in my judgment. And well, good for all of them. That's what they do. But we're just there to steal from. And I try with Railtown to offer a way out. I didn't know at that time with GTII and Finger and CRTV, I didn't know about Bill Clinton and the UCC Section 8 being changed. I didn't know the magnitude of the corruption. And, I worked it hard to fight it, but I now accept the information for what it is. And I feel I lost a lot of money listening to Ham. I'm not blaming Ham. I'm just saying listening to those stories, it's my responsibility. It's not his. I had chances to trade out. I didn't sell my GTII at 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Ham worked hard to make that thing work, and so did other people. They were going to bring Jeremy Frommer in to run GTII, and GTII was going to buy it out at $3 a share. Jeremy said, no, $5. And they said, pound sand. And then Jeremy, with all of his brain power, zilch, he ended up doing the mother of all reverse splits, 500 to 1, and it still went down. And maybe it's going to recover at some point with a bunch of penthouse pictures that I probably looked at when I was in college. But they didn't do it. They tried to buy a law firm. I think that was all a setup all along. I think it was a one-man law firm, and I think it was a friend in Puerto Rico, and it didn't spark a buying. They need that spark to make the computers cover. They went off Trento Mines. I did a lot of research on Trento Mines, and indirectly, that research on Trento Mines led me to learn about Railtown. So things work. You don't always make your money back on the one you lost it in. But I really liked the guy, and he had a lot of strengths. And it's a very compelling opportunity, obviously. Silver and gold and other metals are going up. But that tie-up wasn't real. They worked very hard on it, very sincerely. And I think Reichman's the one that queered that. So that didn't work. They had a couple other things, the Picasso, the whatever the hell thing it was, beyond Bitcoin. And, they tried everything. The SEC said no, and it didn't work. And, but then one summer, and I said it to everybody, but one summer, I think the stock was around $1.20 when I first said it. Maybe it drifted down a bit, but I warned people that something's going on. The guy that was doing such a great job helping the company do all of the strategies Ham had, I think drifted away. Maybe it's because he just figured Reichman's a jerk. But then somebody asked me, I'm not going to say who, if I'd be the CEO. I thought about it not too long during the conversation, and I said yes, but nothing came of it. And so I started warning people that they should take tax losses in GTII, and that there was, what do you call it? Palace intrigue at the C-suite level. But most people didn't get it because I was still talking about other things, and I didn't say sell it. But in my experience, by talking the way I was with my friends and with people that trade a lot, they would have picked up that, oh, so you don't think that's going to work. That's not going to do. And it's time to move into something else. Unfortunately for me, and I have known that, I listened to a guy, and I'm not blaming him either, but I listened to a guy that had great credibility, honest, hardworking, good guy, who worked at the American Stock Exchange. And he really was a longtime investor. I think it was called Wayland, then it became Logic, then it became, all these things. And he's also a friend of another friend of mine. And and then I met with the CEO in New York 2 or 3 times. And The CEO had been banged on his head 2 or 3 times from short sellers. So I really believe that he had a strategy and it was announced, and I'm not going to go through the whole story. So I did suggest to people to buy, I forgot the name just now, Logic. And it was splitting in. Anyway, I've already told you, I think that was a setup by Aubrey Advisors, who I think criminally set that up, and Shadron Advisors, who criminally set that up. I think there's uh, attorneys involved, you know, but it's all in my judgment. I can't prove anything, but I can tell you that all of a sudden, Aubrey Advisors own 95% of the company. Well, that stinks to high heaven. And then a guy named Greenberg out of Connecticut bought it from him. It all stinks to high heaven. The company that they sold Logic to was created essentially the same day, even approximately same year as the SPAC was created by Aubrey Advisors. It was all a setup. It was a sting operation. So I was wrong in that. And it was very uncomfortable when I saw the financings. I had to fight. I made a lot of phone calls, emails. It was unpleasant. And it's my largest position. But that led to some understanding of what's going on with Nixie because of GoLogic and that jerk of a CEO. He made $2, $3, $4 million, and he's gone. Some people made some money, and anyway, let's not drift down memory lane. But I thought I was pretty clear on letting people know they should get out of GTII. It apparently didn't come across with everybody. And a lot of people didn't want to believe it that I talked to directly. Well, Ham says it's going to change my life. Well, look, you got to look at what's right there. It's not going to squeeze. And we had our chance. And it's better to take 40 cents than, when it's 4 cents. Or it's better to take, I think I started calling people at 65, 70 cents. But ultimately, I think I got out in, I don't know, some ridiculously low number. Of course, I put it in Logic. So anyway, then the whales or a whale hired a receiver, and it's gone through receivership. And the whole idea was this huge short position. Once it went through receivership, we could find a company and then it would squeeze and we could find, but I predicted then, and I think it's borne out, that the receiver would cleanse the risk of a squeeze out of it on behalf probably of people who he works with, whether he knows it or not, who are the hedge funds that create the nightmare in the first place. So in summary, there was one other guy. They had a guy they golf with down in Puerto Rico that has a company. He seems like a good man. I don't even know his name. And he has an online trading app, Revenue. He was going to roll it into GTII. Well, my opinion, I predicted it. No one wanted to hear me. I predicted, look, he got what he wanted. He has all of you as followers. He has your names. He can have a conference call. He can get your money. So there's no reason to buy the shell of GTII. I also predicted that he wouldn't buy the shell of GTII. It's too bloody expensive. Nobody's going to fund a receiver 15% of a company. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how good he is. It's just too much. And then to get a deal funded, it put into the shell, you've got a typical deal is the shell keeps 5 to 15% of the shell. I mean, obviously there's exceptions where it's more if there's some good things, but in this case, because the guy already had the names and it's expensive, I would guess it's down at 5 to 10% comes to the original shareholders. But then you got that's crammed down by what the receiver gets. So I figured it out. I've done it. I'm not going to do it again. That best case, we might end up with 5% or less of the new co. But then the new co has to raise money to fund the whales, to fund the attorneys, and fund all those startup costs. So that squeezes the whole company. So conceptually, we'd be down to our shares down in 1 to 2% of the company. And I've gone through it so many times. I just gave up. And the receiver, you can follow him. He does a great, not the receiver. He does a great job, but the not legal advice does a great job keeping you up to date. But who's going to pay the settlement? If there's fraud proven, who's going to pay it? Reichman, he'll be broke. The Hurries, no, I'm sure they've got attorneys that protect them. Who's going to pay it? It's just a mutual circle jerk, as far as I can tell. And so, defund, one of the reasons I go through this is for people to have a chance not to be victims, to be their own actors, and they can make money back. But I've made it clear forever, there's no money. GTII is finished. There's no way you can make money. The only way, if you insist for some sort of anal retentive way, that you have to keep a checklist. I lost money in GTII, so I'm going to make it back in GTII. If there's ever a reverse merger of a company into GTII, at that time, that company's going to raise money. They'll have a prospectus, and you can read that prospectus, and you can put new money into the company at that time and have a chance to make 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times that money over a period of years. That's GTII. It's finished. It's worthless. There's no reason to talk about it. None. And if your purpose to come on here is to make people doubt my credibility, I never recommended buying GTII after a certain price. And I think, to my memory, I didn't recommend it to anybody I talked to above $1. In fact, I remember with one person, I said, "You're crazy." But then I bought into because I'm a human being too. And I bought into the idea of the squeeze, but so I didn't sell. I have to admit that. I should have. As soon as Lou talked, I should have. But I would have felt guilty if I did, probably. But I should have, in retrospect. For all the good it did me, everybody like you, I think you're trying to pin GTII on me. That was a ham idea. Full stop. Full stop. And I'm not trying to blame him either. He made it clear, as it's up, take some money off the table. But people don't listen to that part. People who hold on, like me, just want to blame him. But I don't blame him. I kick myself. In retrospect, it's so obvious. But in the mania of it, it's hard to think straight. So anyway, if your goal here is to get people thinking that somehow I'm responsible for GTII. I think that's inaccurate. But I want to remind you, Defon, who doesn't even have his courage to give his name, I don't think. Of course, I only see half of your handle, so I don't know. I'm treating you as an investor instead of a short, which might be a mistake. I think you should know that what's going to happen to Railtown has nothing to do with me. Nothing. I'm sure that uh, Corey's a gentleman. He wouldn't have said it to me when I spoke with him, but I'm sure if they ever listen to me, they wonder who the hell this kook is. What, does he know what he's talking about? But I'm not paid by the company. I've never received shares, warrants. I didn't even receive the hat they promised me. So I haven't had information from the company since I talked to Corey in December. You know, I have access to Scuttlebutt, which helps because sometimes just brainstorming it sometimes leads to good ideas. But also, I think in there often is information, if you're willing to think about it, that you can use. But because of the material information, they're not talking. And so anyway, if your goal is to get people here to somehow think that Railtown is a GTII, you're just misinformed. I've spent now a year. It's essentially all I've done for almost a year. Force feeding, and my audience, if you're a short, you'll say you used to get all these people and now it's down. Well, it is. Because I'm not promising a rose garden in the sense of day trading or in a hot stock, but what I think I'm offering to people, maybe you, is if you lost money in GTII, which I did, and I don't have the money or the wealth, frankly, that I used to have, but you can build enough of a position in Railtown that as these things happen, you can go from red on your whole account to green, and I think get multiples of return for all your pain and suffering. All it takes is sitting down and calculating it and making a commitment to buy Railtown and not be trading out of it. This is not a hot money stock. None of the other ideas are worth jack. Every now and then one works a little bit, but every idea that's given to you, it's from a promoter that's being paid by the company. Shares he can dump on the market, warrants he can dump, cash every month, 15 grand a month, 20 grand, 25 grand a month. I'd love to be getting some of that. I'd be buying Railtown. But I couldn't live with myself. And Railtown never offered me anything. They paid consultants. I never asked. There's no relationship. So I had no relationship with GTII either, by the way. But if you're trying somehow to hang GTII, therefore Railtown is a bad investment, it's a non sequitur par excellence. I'm sorry, I think I've wasted enough time on your amateur question. If you want to know, um, what's going on in receivership, tune in to Not Legal Advice. He puts a lot of work in to look out for you, And shame on you if you're not doing it. If you don't have the time to follow your investments, why the hell are you asking me to waste my time with you? But I've tried to show you the courtesy as if you're a real investor and you're that dumb that you don't pay attention. If you've got money to lose, fine. But there were chances to get, by the way, if you paid attention. There's people here sold their GTII this past year at 22 cents and bought Railtown. I think they had to pay 40 cents or 35 cents, but they bought Railtown. But you didn't, I guess. So I'm sorry about that. But you can sit down. I would do it tonight. Maybe there's 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks. But I think anytime, and I don't know when. I admit it. I don't know when. I used to get, I thought, pretty good indications. But it may, in retrospect, it may be me misreading it. I don't know. But in retrospect, nothing happened on the urgency that I thought would with Railtown. But I think when Railtown does start, if I should say, it does start, I think people are going to see why I was so urgent, because I think it's going to be like a reverse ski slope. Revenues are anyway. What the stock price does, I guess, is, unpredictable, but I think it should follow revenues. And people here did sell at 22 cents, 18 cents, 15 cents, and they bought Railtown. I think you sit down and you write down what you lost in GTII. And if you don't want to focus on the rest of your losers, just focus on that one. Write down that number, divide it by 35 cents. No, that's too much. Divide it by, if you don't have a lot of money, divide it by 350. And that's how many shares of Railtown you need to buy. And then buy it for 35 cents. And when it goes to 350, resist the Tony, patented advice, or he may not say, people of his ilk do, well, you never go broke taking a profit. No, you stay dependent on the pusher for the heroin if you follow that advice. Railtown, if you've done it, if you've been able to get enough at 350, you've broken even on your whole account. Of course, you got to add in what you paid. Might be 365 for what you paid for Railtown. And then from there, it could double. But frankly, it could go another 10x. And then you've been paid for everything, and you don't ask these idiot questions, what happened to GTII? GTII is worthless. It's an X stock. It's a piece of junk. It's just a shell. There's nothing there. And there hasn't been for years. It was purely a short squeeze play. And anyway, I'm done with that question. Ricky Brogan, I'm going to buy a chunk soon. Could you write a reminder to read my email? Yes, I will, Ricky. I don't need a reminder. I'll look at I'll see my email, and I'll see yours. I'll remember. Unknown Stuntman. Hi, Uncle Bill. Hi, Steve. I've been thinking about your kids. I winced while I was they make you read out. I never read it because I get it all wrong, but they make you remember your sins at the beginning of Mass. I kind of winced looking up at the arch, remembering that I was well, I consider that a pretty bad sin to say the words I said in front of your children. And I continue to apologize. I hope they don't remember it. That would be the best thing. But anyway, I am sorry for that, Steve. HD, Miko, GDC, NRGV did well. Well, NRGV has it got financing, and it has whatever this portable energy thing. So energy is strong right now, and I don't think we've begun to see the strength in energy. I heard the other day that China can make something like 10, I don't know if they were the big or the small ones, build something like 10 nuclear reactors a week or something. And they're building their other sources of energy. And China's listening to science and getting ready for the future ahead. We're not. We're going back to Trump's fantasy that, and I'm not making fun of him. Most people think that way, that there's endless oil and we should build out our suburbs and our highways and our bridges for, the only thing that's changed, it used to be 5 and 8 miles a gallon, and now it's, 15 to 30 miles a gallon. But there's not enough oil. And I know it's my opinion, and I know that people here have better training than I did because they lived abroad. And they see things differently. The victims remain victims even though they victimize others. So it's just how it goes. But the consequence of to me, an incredibly stupid, unprovoked attack on Iran on behalf of Israel and our neocons who are backed by the Israeli lobby. I think it has changed the world for America and the American dollar. And I don't think Israel could give a shite about any of us. Except, well, not any, but most of us. It's a shame. But, it's the facts on the ground now, and Trump's trying to recover as much as he can. And I think he believes what he thinks. But I think from now on, you're going to see, unless Trump is willing to negotiate with Putin, and he might be, he's a surprising man. I think he should. But I think the consequence of 20 to 25% of the world's oil being shut in, it's not really shut in. They're trying to shut it in, produce it, store it. But if they have to shut down some of those wells, and then there's long-term reworking of everything, I don't even know I'm not an engineer, but the consequences are that it's not going to, as soon as there's no diplomacy. Who's running Iran? But if and when it seems to end, that oil's not going to come back on the market full on. It is interesting that Abu Dhabi stepped away from OPEC, and that's one of the only countries out there, um, to my memory. I haven't studied it all in a long time, but they had the capacity to increase their production. But I think when I was looking at it, they were doing around 2 million barrels a day, and I think they're already up to 4.5 million barrels a day. So I don't know how much more, but maybe they can bring some more in. So maybe there's some relief there. But bottom line, I think we're looking at sharply higher energy prices for the rest of our lives, with with collapses for depressions or recessions, but those collapses won't last very long. And it's just changed everything. But not everybody sees it yet because we're used to bombing brown skinned people into oblivion and nothing happens here. And God's on our side. God didn't create those people, He created us. And, from sea to shining sea. I find that um, rationale absurd, and it's very short sighted, but it's comforting. Um, and we do a lot of things right. We're not a mean spirited people, but some of the things done in our name, I think if we knew it, we'd be horrified. But anyway, I think energy is going to be expensive for a long, long time. The two things that could change it is because women are not having children. It's just a fact, um, uh, particularly in the West, Southeast Asia. Um, the world's population is going to collapse. It's just numbers. And that either will be will start happening 2050, or it'll come into sharp focus. And since I believe the population of the planet went from essentially under a billion for all recorded history to 8 billion in 100 years, maybe 150 years, which is when oil was discovered in its modern sense. And that's when slavery ended, by the way. That's when we created machines that ran on oil, not just steam. And people started moving in to the cities, and machines did the work, and farms became industrialized. The population exploded from the early 1900s to supposedly over 8 billion today. I personally question whether China has 1.4, 1.5 billion, but it wouldn't change it much. It's around 8 billion. And that miracle has happened because on the arable land we've been able to, and we've expanded what's arable somewhat. We've been able to use fertilizers. We ran out of the bird dung in, I think it was Chile, and hydrocarbons have replaced it. Hydrocarbons made our lives easier. Hydrocarbons gave us um, uh, air conditioning, although coal, you could argue too. And it gave us flight, gave us our standard of living. But hydrocarbons also has given us medicine. It's given us, our eyeglasses, all sorts of things. And we live longer because of it. So the population has been a miracle because of the miracle of oil, in my judgment. Now, there's a lot of explanation that nuclear power, which I think very likely um, uh, has made the world over the next generations. I don't know how long it takes, but I think our DNA is going to be severely affected. None of us are immune from it in the northern hemisphere. I think Fukushima Daiichi on 4/11 of 2000, I think it was May 11th. But now I'm thinking it was March 11th. Darn it, I'm going to have to look it up. Maybe it was March 11th. Anyway, beginning of the year, 2011. Every day since, at least there's Obama would have been a hero to me if he had spent trillions of dollars containing Fukushima Daiichi instead of bailing out his banker friends. He didn't, because he's a wuss. He's not that smart. And TEPCO lied, but it was also American companies. And Tokyo made it illegal to send videos or even have Geiger counters after that. And Tokyo has had at least two that I know of, there might be three, major earthquakes. One on the other side of the island where 8 nuclear plants were, and the differential was 80 to 100 feet. There's no way those plants didn't get damaged, but it's a news blackout. And so the fish, the seas, animals, the food we eat, all you got to know about Fukushima Daiichi is they spray, other than the 400 elephants worth of radioactivity material that goes in the North Pacific every single day since then, probably more. And then they released all of the treated, they call it treated wastewater. They released it without any approval. And the solution to pollution is not dilution in the case of radiation, because the animals concentrate it and we eat it. But a lot of the radiation was created, I think it was reactor number 3, was moxie fuel. This is the genius idea of reprocessing weapon grades fuel into fuel that you can use at a nuclear power plant for energy. Well, the design of these 4, it's actually, I think, 8 or 10, but these 4 that blew up, the design of these nuclear power plants to save money, I don't think it was Bechtel, it's the other one, to save money. All they did, Westinghouse maybe, that all they did is to take the design of nuclear power plants in submarines and make them bigger to save money. And so they installed those submarine plants have storage for nuclear waste on top of the plant because they're in a submarine. Well, that's what they did with all of these. Well, this waste is stored there for decades. And when these plants blew up, that material went all over, went to Tokyo, went into the farmlands, went all over. And it's so diabolical, they actually started taking the collected waste material and burning it on different sites around Japan, so there wouldn't be in the future one of those envelopes of areas where everyone gets cancer and no place else. It's diabolical. Hillary Clinton, that wonderful human being, she was Secretary of State, and so she signed into law that we would import rice, fish, foodstuffs, sake from Japan, and we wouldn't test it. And it was all okay. And we still are living with that. It's they sell sake here and seaweed, and it's not tested. Um, so to save money, that's one thing they did. The second thing they did, instead of building the plants high up, which would have required spending money to bring water up, they they lowered the plants to sea level. Well, they knew the histories of earthquakes and tsunamis because the plants were not up 80 feet. They were down on the sea level. They were susceptible to the tsunami. Well, a further cost saving measure, they didn't build any backup power. The backup power they had was on the ground floor. They didn't build anything um, that was immune to a tsunami or an earthquake. And so when this happened, um, I think the Japanese engineers were heroic. They went out and got batteries from their cars, but there was nothing they could do. And so the meltdowns were complete. And each each of these reactors, I'm confused now because I thought it was just three, but I think now it was four melted down. But three of them blew up because one was offline. But each of these reactors are three times the size of Chernobyl. Each of them are three times the size of Chernobyl. And Chernobyl only melted down a third, and the Soviets were heroes. They capped it. And most of those men, it was men, women didn't want that job, um, have cancer or died early, but they capped it. And then they have a big exclusion zone. But in Japan, they didn't cap it. The radiation is so powerful, even robots don't work. They bring homeless in wearing these white nurse things that doesn't protect them. And each of these, I thought it was three, I now believe it's four. Each of these cores melted down. They're three times the size of Chernobyl, but they're still melting. And they make everything they touch radioactive. And the other insanity, they built this nuclear power plant over a river of water that comes from the mountains down into the sea. So that's where the 400 tons of radioactive water goes into the sea every day, and they can't stop it. I think some things could have been done if the United States had helped, but the Chinese are proud. TEPCO, I think, is full of people at the top that shamed themselves. And it's gotten, the radioactive part's just gotten worse and worse. They can't clean it up. But what they do is they spray seawater on top of the corium to keep them cool, and that turns into mist or hot water that goes up to 30,000 feet. And all you got, if you remember your history, the Japanese, to fight us, used to put balloons up into the air with bombs on them so that those balloons would come across the ocean and explode. 3 days. 3 days. So Hillary knew this. She sent out a warning to all of her close people to stay indoors. But it's gone on every day since, and it goes around the northern hemisphere. And we think somehow we're immune to it. That moxie those were radioactive isotopes or whatever you call it that have never ever been on the planet before. We're protected by most of the time anyway by our magnetic shield and our ozone. So these radioactive particles, no living being has ever had to deal with because they've never gotten through our protective shield. Yet we created them using weapons grade material. And it's in the fish, it's probably in our, even in our milk. We don't know, we don't study it. It's everywhere. And anyway, that's a cost of energy that is indescribable. And everyone's pell-mell about nuclear power. There's on average one nuclear power so-called accident every 7 or so years. I hope there's not another big one. And we're just so cavalier about it. Our bodies can't sense the danger. We don't know. All you need is one of those little buckyballs to get into your lungs. And the West Coast, there were people dying, or Hawaii, and your life is shortened. And now we have other things. So I don't know. It can be a little depressing, but we're racing to build nuclear power as if that's going to survive, allow us to avoid the increasing costs of hydrocarbons. But nuclear power doesn't do what hydrocarbons do, and natural gas. Natural gas is fertilizer. Hydrocarbons, just look around your house. Everything that's plastic, your contact lenses, your shoes, your automobile, your bed, your clothing. Nothing does. And so maybe as population declines, maybe women, maybe they have this sixth sense that they shouldn't be having children. Just, be empowered by going on whatever, open fans. But the population will collapse as oil collapses. And, we'll go back to having a few people. James Lovelock, who believes that climate change is real, I think he's dead now, but he changed his mind about it all and said we have to live in cities and air condition them, and then the rest of the world is left to the animals. I hope there's a lot of animals that can do that. But he said that there's hope for the planet regarding climate change. He said there'll be 200 million mating pairs living in the Arctic when all's said and done. And maybe that's where we're headed. But that's I'm sorry I went off on all of that. But what's coming right now is there's going to be starvation in the world because there's not fertilizer in time to start the crops. And but they're brown people. It doesn't matter. But it's going to affect Europe, and it'll affect us. And it's going to make things expensive. It's going to make natural gas bloody expensive. And it's going to make oil expensive. And anyway, that's the point. And NRGV will benefit as energy gets expensive. But I don't think NRGV has a particularly attractive business model. Um, but it worked. They got funded. That's the big deal. They got funded. And so they can make that work, particularly as energy prices go up. They can make that work. I don't know what happened to GDC. Let me see. I don't know. It's not working. So GDC is 490, up 56 cents. There's no news. And so you're thinking GDC is a good place to be? And people should go over to GDC. Well, let's just look at a stock chart. I don't remember if they had a reverse split or anything. I don't remember one. But there's the chart of GDC. And I would say it is possibly breaking out. So maybe GDC is the one they're gonna make squeeze. Maybe it's GDC. Remember, a lot of these whales are all in the same stocks, and that Avis deal squoze a couple of weeks ago. So maybe they think the time is right. The volume is low. It's breaking out, and if you want to be a day trader, go chase it. But it's 490. If it got back to the highs of ever, at least during regular trading hours, it goes to 10. So you double your money and you have a trade, you feel good if it works. I would say there's some follow through there. It looks like it's going to follow through. Looks like something's going on. And maybe it's a manipulation in HD Miko. But if you're going to put $490 into GDC, maybe you turn it into $1,000. That same $490 would buy you, using 35 cents, would buy you 1,400 shares of Railtown. And I think that's $490. I think that has an excellent chance in the next period of time. Maybe it'll take longer than your GDC, but of going to 750, that's $10,500. And I think turning $400, let's call it $500 into $1,000 in GDC certainly sounds interesting in a vacuum, particularly if the story being pitched is they're manipulating it to squeeze. But Railtown, based on fundamentals, that same $500 could turn into $10,000 based on fundamentals. One's a gamble, counting on other people to put all the pieces together and squeeze it and not do a financing. They sell, what do they sell? Wheelchairs or something? It's just a short squeeze story. Railtown is a fundamental story that gives you a chance to really make money with the same money. I think if you want to gamble, gamblers make money sometimes, but if you want to invest, believe it or not, I think Railtown is an investment. I don't know what NRGV did today, but I gave you a long-winded answer, and I apologize for that. But energy is finally going to be the topic, and I studied it for years. I should have done it out of school. I'd have a PhD. But NRGV, here's the chart on that. And that they may be trying to get a squeeze going there too, or it's just doing it based on higher energy for data centers. But here, that's one, that's two, there's probably a third, and maybe you got a run in it, HD. That would be fun for you to trade. It's $4.44. You put $1,000 in at $4.44. It looks like it could go to 650. Unless they're manipulating it for a squeeze, which is, you got to admit, there's a lot of whales in these stocks with a lot of losses, and why not? They should get it back from the criminals. But looking at the chart, the most you could probably hope for in the short run, I'm talking about, is it goes to 650. I think if you put your money in Railtown, also in the short run, you have a chance for 10 or 20x, just going back to sort of the Lang chain number, and then it could double from there just when institutions buy. From that point, you take an account this big, you make it this big, and you take just a chunk of that account. You can come back and invest in NRG for the long term if you want, or you can go buy GDC even if it's higher, because you just need that hit. But these are not real stocks. Those are not investments. Those are stocks set up for the criminal complex to mine profits from every single day. And sure, it goes against them sometimes. But GDC's jack shit. It might be a squeeze play. NRGV is energy. They raised a ton of money. Energy prices are going their way. There's a demand for modular energy with data centers, so that might have legs. But I think it's still subject to squeezes. They've got a lot of debt. I don't think the margins, they have to borrow money to get high margins. That's how I remember it. So I don't think it's that compelling a story. I'd rather own oil and gas. I'd rather own natural gas. But it's good to distract people to these other stocks that are doing well today, because Railtown isn't. But it doesn't bother me. Put $4,444 in NRGV for 1,000 shares, and I think you can make 50% on your money, possibly over the next few months. On the other hand, I think it could go back down, unless they're manipulating it for a squeeze. I think it could go back down. I could be wrong, and it pulls back to 4 or something, and then punches through and gets to that 650, dances around there for a little while, and then maybe it's off to some hosanna in the sky. But that would be take a while, and I think you have plenty of time, whether it's 440 or 650, to put your money in Railtown and come back with some of your profits and reestablish your NRGV if you think that's such a great story. I would trade it if you're in the mind to. And I think if it's up here at $4.55, if it even gets there, I don't know. I'd go buy Railtown for that same $4,440 that might go to $6,500. You could buy at 35 cents, you can buy 12,500 shares of Railtown. And if it's actually 12,700 shares times, it goes to 350, you got 44 grand. So you can turn 4,400 into 6,500 maybe. It's not clear that it's going to go to its highs. Or you can turn $4,400 and change into 44,500, maybe in as short as the next 90 days. I don't know. Sounds more attractive to be in Railtown. And then when you 10x or 20x, if you 20x it, you turn it into 90 grand. If you 30x it, you turn it into 130. When you're there, you can peel some off, come back and buy NRGV. But if you're a day trader and you're hot money, stick with NRGV, stick with GDC. That'll give you your rush. But if you're here to try to create an account of substance, we're going to get away from those stocks. I would like every single person here to have your position in Railtown go to something significant, and then you own oil and gas royalties, and you collect income just like HD Mico does, so he can futz around with these trades and come and say, hey, they look good today. Wouldn't that be a better world when you can live off your income like he does? You're not going to get there buying NRGV or GDC. You know, there's always an out of the blue squeeze potential. Pete the Greek, why are we talking Railtown and reverse splits? Just to Ed here, I never signed up for reverse splits. This was supposed to be different. It's Will Underdown is a nervous Nelly. It's not going to reverse split, Pete. And even if it were to reverse split, it's not going to change the revenue numbers. Let me just show you. Reverse splits are not, they're just neutral. They don't do anything. But if you're doing a reverse split, because if you fall off the OTCQ or whatever it is, or if you fall off NASDAQ, you're in default on your debt to Ari Rubenstein, well, you're going to do it. And they build it in because it's part of their destructive plan. But Railtown right now is 213 million shares outstanding at, I don't know what, 33 cents. And Pete, if you don't like it, I don't want you to sell your stock. But if it's upsetting you that much, maybe, I don't know what to tell you. You're crazy to sell your stock. But don't you get mad at me because some nervous Nelly asks a stupid question. That's why I get so worked up. I know what happens out there. Everybody's been hurt so much by those devils. They hear a little word and all of a sudden they're going to sell their stock. Pete, hold your stock. This is just nonsense talk about what if they reverse split. There is a line of thought that I believe has been shared with the company, and why wouldn't it be? Investment bankers are all the same. Do a reverse split and your stock will go up. And it makes sense because all of a sudden institutions who follow AI would be able to buy the stock. But I don't like it because I think the stock's going to go up anyway. And I don't like it just for the fact that it's going to put fear in investors. And they will try to attack it. These guys are ruthless. They just turn on their computers, and even though it's going to be good for the stock in 45 days, for 2 weeks, they will have their fun and people will sell out. Just like you're angry. You'll get angry if they do it. I don't think they're going to do it, by the way. And maybe I should write an email to that effect. But I know from your anger that if you saw a reverse split, and on top of that, the criminals just sold a shitload of stock that didn't exist, and the stock went down, you'd sell. And you'd miss out. Let me just show you, Pete. That's how many shares in Railtown now, 213 million. At 33 cents, that's $70 million market cap. Well, let's just say they wanted to get on NASDAQ and they did a 20 for 1, 1 for 20 reverse split. Which is just stupid. They'd come down to 10,650,000 shares. And the stock price would be $6.60 a share. And the market cap would be the exact same thing, 70,290,000. So whether you have 20,000 shares or 1,000, the value is still the same. Your 33-cent stock is now worth $6.60 a share. And the argument that I think, reasonable people can disagree. The argument would be, well, now you're on the NASDAQ, now your earnings are going to come in, and there's going to be people buying the stock, and it's going to soar. But instead of going to $7 a share, it would go to $132 a share. So it's not going to change your investment at all. And the key thing is, Pete, CRTD did a reverse split because they were in trouble, and they had done 2 financings with best friend Jeff Easton, and the institutions that back him had every desire. What happens is, you can see it in a chart. I'm sure if I show you the chart of CRTD, someone told me that one's going up. As if I care, but I guess you got to care. Here's CRTD, Pete. Now, CRTD was headed downward until they met Ham, and he introduced him to one of Ham's big clients. That client bought into it, And in retrospect, I just think he made a show of it. He was going to fight the shorts. So you had this rally in the stock here. But if you notice, when we step back with some time, it's just straight down. It's just constant suppression by the shorts. He has a squad full of nudie pictures, and he has an idea for content creators. And he is best friends, by appearance, with Jeff Easton. And he's just a manipulator of a stock price. He doesn't know what he's doing. I think he's losing his own money, but he can issue stock to himself. He wouldn't listen to me. That's fine. This is what he gets. But what happens here is you sign a deal with Jeff Easton, and it's a toxic convertible note. You're down. And then you get someone like, I don't think Ham did it for bad reasons. You get an introduction to a big whale, and the whale gets behind it, and it runs up, and then you do all this work that you're going to merge with GTII, you're going to do this or that. Let me see if I can put the news stories on here. I don't know if I can. News. I don't remember when the 1 for 500. They did a 1 for 500 split, but they did another financing. And it went nearly to zero. Maybe it was here. They did the 1 for 500 split that gets it back in this crushing. That's not Railtown. And it's the reverse split didn't do it. The reverse split just gave the sellers an easier path to sucking the marrow out of the bone. The trajectory, that's CRTD. I don't know what's another one. I can't think of another one that did a reverse split. I guess COSM. But I don't remember when. It's the same thing, Pete. Look at this. COSM couldn't raise any money. They meet Lou and Frank Benedetto. I don't blame Lou and well, Frank I do, but I don't blame Lou. I think the shorts that were in trouble came to them. And so they talk it up, and look at this. They get it out of whack. They do a financing, and it's back in place. He does a huge reverse split somewhere in here, but it keeps it going down, 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 because it's a junk company. The destruction doesn't matter what the price is. Do you see that? The destruction started up here, and the trend just continues. It's just that they just bring it from wherever it was low, they bring it back up, and then it continues down. It's not this, oh God, doing a reverse split is neutral. It's just neutral. But in the context of a planned theft of the entire market cap of a company, it's a strategy. First, you get the bird dogs to get the CEO to sign the thing. Then the stock is already being sold down by the hedge funds. The hedge funds pay for the attorneys. They pay for the office. They pay for everything. And then the split is probably 60-40, and they cover all income costs. And so they sell it down. That's in the charts. And then it's a toxic formula, or this so-called ATM with warrants. They can sell more stock against it and sell, sell, sell. They hire people to promote the stock. They give them stock. They give them cash. They get a big group of buyers they don't care about. They're all goyim. And the goyim annoy them. They send it up, and crash. And as it comes down, they've sucked all that money out. But in order to get more investing and more money, they do a reverse split. It's built in the contract. If you go below whatever the requirement is on the OTC or QB, or if you go below NASDAQ, you're in default. And then we can call and then they're going to crush it. So they don't want to lose their company. And this is like DBMM. It's like all these damn companies. So they reverse it to bring it up to a price so they can keep slaughtering it. It's not that the reverse split is causing the slaughter. It's just giving them another bite at the apple of slaughter that started years ago. And the stories are shite. The stories are shite, Pete. See, that's what happens. You get somebody on here, and maybe Will Underdown is working for the shorts. I don't know. You get somebody on here to bring up something, and then it causes fear, and fear leads to anger. And if you don't really believe in the story and you think, well, it can't be true, you're going to sell. That's just what angers me so much. That's why my voice gets, it's why I swear sometimes. So let's compare it to Railtown's chart. See, I can't show you on my service. This is what Railtown looks like because of this one misprint. So let me use the Canadian Railtown. It'll be roughly the same, but it won't have that one false trade. I don't think it will. It's taking too long. Okay, this is Railtown Canada. And I can see, Pete, why you would, if you're only trading off of charts, I can see this is, I think, 5 years. Let me just check that. That might only be 1 year. It is only 1 year. Okay. Let me go back to 5 years. I mean, you can argue that Railtown hasn't done toxic financing that I saw, but Railtown came public, and I think it was hit by the shorts. I've told you I think the shorts are compressing it, but then you have some rallies, and you have these downdrafts. This is when the research report came out, and this is last year. But I can see if you're only looking at charts that you're going to be nervous that this is the same thing as COSM or GTI. And that's what these commenters want you to think. Here's a 1 year chart, and it supports your point maybe even more. And this is why I don't think the company should do a reverse split. And I have no knowledge that the company's even considering a reverse split. But when the gentleman asked me, is it happening? I have to point out that it's possible. But anyway, Pete, Pete Greek, why are we talking RLAIF and Railtown and a reverse split? Just two ED in here, just two. Maybe you meant FUCKED. I don't know, but I never signed up for reverse splits. This was supposed to be different. It is different. And even if a reverse split happens, they're chasing getting on NASDAQ more quickly than they otherwise would. My opinion, the stock's going to be on NASDAQ anyway, or I hope New York. I don't think they should do a reverse split, but the revenues are going to happen anyway. They don't have a toxic uh, formulae. Doing a reverse split would let the shorts off the hook because apparently there's 50 to 60 million shares short, maybe more. It would let them off the hook. And who knows, that guy, whoever's talking to the company, might work with the shorts because you take the obligation down from, I don't know, might be 100 million when you add Canada in, and you take it down to 5 million, and they don't suffer the same losses. And maybe there's something there going on to help out the shorts in the background. I don't care about the shorts. I don't want this to be a short squeeze. I hope it isn't a short squeeze. So if they do it and help the shorts, well, I do think, Pete, it would cause short-term pressure on the stock. Let's say, use the example I gave you. It went to 660 just on the shenanigans of a reverse split, but no news, no revenues. I think they try to drive it under $5 just to scare everybody. I believe they would, and I think you'd probably be one of the guys getting out at that point. But I don't think it's really a risk, Pete, because number one, I don't think the company has time to do it. Number two, I believe they have so much business. Why should they be effing with this? Their attorneys got plenty of work to do screening deals, in my opinion. And number three, I think the stock is going to be over $5, $6, $7, $10 on its own. So why do it? And then you're going to have too few shares outstanding, and you're going to have to expand the shares. It doesn't make any sense. But Pete, if you were to ask me, is there a chance? Yes, there are people who want quick solutions. So get on the NASDAQ and it'll go up. Just for the reason I'm getting from you, and I'm not mad at you at all. It's fear turning to anger, which is normal. I'm not making fun of it. But I think it's a mistake to do it because people out there are not going to listen to the fundamentals if they do that. And then that gives the chance for the shorts to walk away from their problem, and it gives the shorts a chance to drive it down in the short run. But you know what? I don't think they're going to have enough time, Pete. I believe that, look, you've got TELUS earnings announcement, and thank you, Will, for asking that question. I really appreciate it. It's my own fault for answering it. It's not your fault. It's my fault for answering it. I think TELUS is going to have their earnings on Friday. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of disclosure Thursday after hours or Friday after hours that indicates that TELUS is about to, whatever the word is you want to use, ramp up the only sovereign AI data center in the world, open it for business, even though it's already open for business, turn on the switch, pump up the volume, incentivize their current clientele to switch. I don't know. Whatever they do, they do. And it could happen after hours Friday. Or not. Or we got to wait another 2 weeks or a month. But I think it's as good a deadline as any to anticipate that TELUS is going to announce something that lifts this veil of secrecy, holding back the entire market because there's material, non-public information that hasn't been released. And I don't care if the stock is if they take the stock from over 200 million shares down to over 100 million or down to 10 million. When that comes out, it's going up. I don't care if they took the stock from 200 million to 400 million, if it's just a matter of arithmetic. But the company is fully funded, Pete, unlike CRCTD, unlike GTIIII, unlike Finger, unlike any of these other crap stories. Railtown's fully funded. Railtown is fully funded. So if they do get this gift from heaven, which is, I agree with you, it's idiotic. If they do get the gift that somehow the company can get through a reverse split before TELUS announces whatever they're going to announce, it's not going to last long. It's not going to last long. And you remember my example, Pete, of the revenue, forward revenue being, let's say, 240 million a year 3 years from now, just from this one data center. You divide it out by 220 some million shares, it's over $1 share. Call it $1 share. If for some reason some idiot advisor advises them to do that, and I don't think Corey will do it, that $1 a share becomes $20 a share. It really doesn't change anything, Pete. Reverse splits all by themselves don't do anything negative or positive to a stock. If a stock is in the throes of its final breath rattles, and the boa constrictor or the lion hasn't had enough fun, they might let it go by doing a reverse split, and then they can get back in the action and then really take it down to its last breath. That's all that's going on. Reverse splits are part of a multi-page, multi-month, multi-year strategy to steal the entire market cap from small companies. In many cases, they're pieces of shit anyway. But you know what? That people say that after the fact, but a lot of companies started out as next to nothing. That you should be able to raise money and then have a stock that can do well. And if you're a good saleswoman, you can then use your stock to go buy companies and put them all together. But Wall Street has decided that they're going to take that opportunity because they want the hundreds of millions of dollars they can steal for 50 men. But the reverse split is just one of a long list of stratagem that kills the stock. It's not the only thing. If you took let's pick which one. If you took any stock under $1, and they haven't done a toxic financing, but they decide we're going to do a reverse split, it's not going to bring shorts in. Well, that's not completely true. It could bring in new shorts, because when a stock is 40 cents, what can you steal? 40 cents? When a stock's $4, you can steal $4. And it gets a little more pounceable. But Pete, number one, it's a stupid idea. I don't think Corey would do it. And I'll send an email if it matters to you. I'll do it tonight or tomorrow morning when I'm not worn out. Just saying this for your information, this is some of the reactions I've gotten. But I don't think there's enough time to implement it. You've got to get approval for it. I just don't think there's enough time. This is why Will's going to miss out on this trade, because he doesn't understand. And unfortunately, if they were to do a reverse split for some idiotic reason, Pete, I think you would be one of the people vulnerable if the shorts took it, in my example, from 660 down to 450 or $4 just for a 2-week period. I think you'd be long gone. And I hate that. That's why I got worked up. I'm not worked up at you. I just hate it. And they never stop. And you shouldn't have, by the way, Pete, you shouldn't have to understand it. The markets should be regulated and the regulations enforced, so you don't have to think these things. It's an unfairness and a greed and a dishonesty that it makes me angry. The markets weren't like this before. But anyway, even if they got it, in my example, from 660 down to 440, that son of a bitch would boomerang back through 660 on its way to 100 in a bloody heartbeat as the revenues become clear. Railtown is a fundamental story. It's not a stock squeeze story, and it's not going to be susceptible to the downside to stock squeeze players' tricks. But man, I'm sorry, Pete. You're right. I should never have answered this question about stock splits. It's just causes fear. Pete the Greek, why are we talking Railtown and reverse split? I never signed up for that. This was supposed to be different, no? It is different. It's the same question. I'll try to just answer it quickly. It's completely different. And I think there are well-intentioned, probably overpaid investment bankers who could recommend do a reverse split and we'll do a financing for you, or do a reverse split and my such and such client out of Boston will take a position in the company. I think it's unnecessary. The only reason the stock isn't up right now, other than the heaviness, the shorting, which is opportunistic shorting, it's not steal the entire market cap shorting. It's not a campaign. It's just opportunistic. The only reason is that the company's been this bloody quiet period for so bloody long. There wasn't even a respite. It took so long for Tom Core to count the votes and get his attorneys to close the deal on AIP that quiet period went through the end of November. Well, you got to cut him some slack. He never ran a public company before. But if it had been a tip-top law firm and somebody that had urgency, they could have closed that deal in June, May. And maybe there would have been a brief period of time that we could have seen what the market did with some information. But that didn't happen for us. Why? Because probably Tom Core, Dr. Core, probably, I don't know, he may have introduced TELUS to Railtown. I don't know. Somebody did. Maybe it was Ruffalo, or maybe it was Norbrega, or maybe it was the guy from IBM, Horgan. We don't know. But during that quiet period, a new one started. A new one started. And so we're still in this prolonged period of no news. That's why the stock is susceptible to this selling, and that's why it's down, in my judgment. There's others that say it should be here because there's no revenues yet. Well, explain that to me about LangChain. LangChain has PIF revenues and it has $1 billion value. That's not the reason. The reason is the company can't toot its own horn. It's doing the best it can. But Pete, when you think about reverse splits and this is different, just remember what makes this different. There's no toxic financing. The stage of the plan that I think Aubrey did and Jeff Easton's in on, Ari Flight, they all do it. The first stage is you woo them at a conference or with a cold call. And you go after the companies you know can't raise money because it's the over-the-counter market. There's nobody covering these stocks. And then you keep calling them, and then the company needs money. They call you back. And from that moment on, you let your hedge fund backer or your big deep pocket backers to start selling the stock. They sell stock into existence that doesn't exist. There's a pool of money ready to invest. You do it either in any multiple ways, but you're just setting the company up for permanent slaughter. In that document is a default clause regarding the stock price. And you know you're going to drive the stock price down. They're just setting the bait for a trap. And once it gets down there, they send in their attorneys. The board is scared because the board doesn't want to lose their salary elsewhere or their wife or their prestigious appointment and their, vacation, whatever the hell. They don't. And so when the attorneys come in representing the hedge fund, they say, okay, we'll vote for it. The CEO tries to talk back. I try to talk back. Oh, no, this is different. It's never different. So they reverse split. It gives them more. Number one, it reduces the problem they're having with the hedge fund, not the hedge fund, with the prime broker, where they might have 100 million shares short and they're having to pay per share fees. And the prime broker, all of a sudden, they reduce that to $5 million. That helps them there. But guess what? Now they can go to work selling more stock and doing it all over again. It's part of a plan to create money out of thin air by stealing from the markets. And Adina Freeman doesn't care one whit. She makes 25 million, 25 million, I think, a year. She doesn't care. But then you connect that to what corporations do all the time. Microsoft does it, it doesn't meet with anything. Just remember, there's no toxic financing here. There's no campaign by a hedge fund. There's no front runner. There's not a group of attorneys salivating, ready to send the company off the cliff. There's no investment bankers that I would argue the Canaccord might have been. So I just don't know what else to tell you. If you think reverse splits in and of themselves are going to make the stock go down, and if there's any chance of it, I can't tell you there's zero chance, but I think there's a 10% chance or less that they do a reverse splits. It's idiotic. There's no reason to do it. It causes all of this angst. But if you sell during it, because that's what the shorts will, they will be opportunistic, and you'll be helping their cause, not yours. And it won't last long because the revenues in the buying from institutions, Pete, when the institutions start buying, the shorts will run away. There are no institutional buyers of GDC. I doubt there's any institutional buyers of NRGV PQ, but there might be because it's getting over 5, but I doubt there are any. There's no institutional buyers of GTII. There's no institutional buyers probably of MULM. There's no, it's a different ball of wax. I know it's hard to believe. Ricky Brogan, William, could you write a reminder, read my email? Yeah, I'll see your email. Ricky Brogan, Lou was the first to call out popcorn, and Adam Aram, but I think Lou done some shady things, but he was funny. Yeah, I'm sure he was funny. It's not like me. Not like me. I don't know if he did anything shady. Look, guys, I would love it if Railtown had hired me to do this. If I had gone to Railtown and said, I will build retail over the next year of 21 million shares, but in return, I want, a consulting contract for a year worth, I don't know, 120,000, and I want some of my expenses paid, and I want, I don't know, I want 500,000 shares or warrants. In my case, I wouldn't have said immediately free to trade. Other people would. I wouldn't, in my case. But, the legend removed in 6 months. Free to trade after 6 months, or free to trade after a year. I wouldn't be sitting here with my phone about to be cut off, my internet going to be cut off, because I would have money, and I'd have a great stock position. But I've never done that, and I wouldn't be comfortable with it. If I had a fund, or if I had a pool of investors, and everybody's doing well, and there's a stock I'm recommending, and the company came to me and said, we want to do this, this, and this for you, I don't know. Even then, I'm not sure I'd take it, but I would probably, if it were a fund with a bunch of investors, I might accept the expense portion, like a flight to British Columbia and the hotel, instead of paying it out of the fund's money, take it from the company. I might do that. But I think any, what do you call it? Any little benefit, I think I'd just put it in the fund so everybody split it. I don't know. But Lou might have taken money from hedge funds. He might have taken it from, my guess is he probably took some from COSM, or stock anyway. But what I'm telling you, if he did that, it's not shady. They all do it. Every time Frank Benedetto tells you a story, almost every time, he's got stock that he can trade, and he's got cash. Otherwise, he's not going to talk to you. I don't know about damn borders, but I assume it's the same thing. And I can't figure out Tony the Twinkle Toes Tiger. I, how does he pay for everything? I think he's, but whatever. You can think what you want. But Lou probably, when people saw how he could move a stock, they'd be falling all over him. And it would be money well spent by the company. And it's legal. It's not a, well, you got to disclose it. The company would have to disclose it. I guess it's up to Lou to disclose it or not. I don't think it's illegal not to, the way he ran everything as entertainment. But I don't know. I don't think that was shady on his part. I would imagine there was some benefit from COSM, but look, I don't think Lou made any money on GTII or on Finger, and he helped those companies out. So, you can judge it, but I don't know that that was shady on his part. Ricky, Lou went from walking in New York all day on the streets to living in Colombia, I think, and bought a house and got it remodeled. Well, good for him. Smarter than I've been. Maybe he got a $500,000, $1,000,000, $2,000,000, and he can live the rest of his life. Good for him. I could have sold out my GTII and moved to Colombia. The girls are pretty there, some of them. Neil Gondek, good close on a bad market, good sign of better things to come. Yes. Neil Gondek, going to see if I can secure a meeting with Corey Brandolini, even if it's just to visit the office and feel the vibes. What's that with the negative waves, man? Neil Gondek, 100K investment gets you 2 million plus. Yeah. Gets you, yeah. Neil Gondek, Bill, you keep rocking like a free bird. News is coming. Everybody knows that's true. Up to 578. Wow, Neil. Wow, Neil. That's amazing. Every pen I use doesn't work. 578,000 shares. Wow. Good for you, Neil. Good for you. My goal is you guys make enough money here, including Pete, including Will, that you never have to go listen to those other guys again. And you learn how awful it is to trade those stocks. You'll have enough money to open an account and ask for research, and we will have enough money I think I'll have access to transactions we can do, but literally we might be able to take down shares. It'll be work to build relationships, but I'm telling you, when you have money and you behave without the fear these bastards create, there's a lot of opportunities, and I hope that happens. Volstoy King, afternoon, everyone. Volstoy, I'm sorry if this is off subject. Thoughts on the whole GME eBay saga? I think either way it goes, whether a buyout or not, GME shareholders win-win since eBay's for sale and Ryan has. What's the win? Yeah, I think if you turn it into a long-term investment, which by definition it's become, and you like it, I think it's a win in that sense. I can't get a chart that goes back long enough, but people that chase the stock in the squeeze, it's going to be a long time to recover the money that they put up at that time and then put up since, because I'm not sure the market's going to give what everybody expects. However, the 5% doesn't impress me. He gets to assign to himself a huge salary. I saw it. I forget now what it is, like 35 million in stock, something. But he can take care of himself handsomely on the remuneration side. But here's GME. And so 5 years is all I can show you. 5 years of nothing, down, down, down. Then you get the short squeeze, and this is where the news stories are written, up here. And this is what everybody's been chasing. And everyone sees, oh, I could have made so much money. And then they're able to drive it back down. And then that rocking kitty drives it up. No one sells, comes back down. Rocking Kitty again drives it up. No one sells. They up. And then Cohen just does offering after offering after offering, feathering his nest and building a company for him. Now, if you ignore all of that trading before the squeeze play and look at that, I think it's in setting up an interesting pattern, might be tradable, that sets up a long-term breakout. But I really don't see, people say his goal's to 10x this stock. I don't see it. I don't see a short squeeze, but call me skeptical. It could go to $35 and then it pulls back. It could then go, but that's the chart. The story will be a new story. Fundamentally, I've been intrigued by apparently the fact that Amazon has lost its fortress around resellers and information, partly because of the generations, but also partly because of AI. And that's of interest, I think, to us, because it means Amazon has to have an AI strategy. Because once you don't control the information and people don't think, I'm going to go buy on Amazon first, your story's not as compelling. And anyway, one of the companies that's winning some business is eBay. But don't get fooled. There's others. I can't remember them all. Something with Itsy and Itsy Bitsy in its name. And there's a couple of others. One that began with an S, I think. And maybe even Instagram was on there. So people have markets elsewhere away from eBay. And I don't think eBay's well, I don't know, but I don't think eBay's more advanced than Amazon. So I think it probably suffers from some of the same drawbacks that Amazon has, but Amazon's starting from a higher place. But it's interesting. um, one of the things that GME had was that apparently it had the best, whatever you call those things that people, gamers play with, and people went to the stores for it. Well, now if they have eBay, they can sell that, and maybe there's a way to continue to sell, uh, and there's a chance for explosive growth in there. But I think it all takes time, Volstoy. And so if I own GME right now, I'd sell the hell out of it and buy Railtown. But I'm never going to convince you day traders, and you allocate amongst these pieces of short sold junk, uh, as if your ship's going to come home. I'm never going to convince you that what's staring at you with Railtown, just to catch up with the story, is 20x. And then there might be another 10x. That's 200x. We don't know all of that, but it's real. But I can't convince you. You see it as, just another one. GameStop's a boring story. It had a squeeze, and it's been boring ever since. And it's been manipulated so Ryan Cohen has a lot of cash, and he's going to have his health care, his mortgages, his wife, whatever the hell, the rest of his life. And online sales is crowded, and I don't know what advantage. I just put it out to you. Is online sales susceptible to AI? I think it is, but I'm not smart enough to tell you what the competing product would be. But you don't need to go to Amazon anymore to find out what the deal is or where to buy it. I'd have to study research, and I'm not an Amazon expert. And they have some other strengths, of course, their delivery system, their factories, the CIA. But I don't know. I just don't know. AI is a great leveler, and it might level the advantage Amazon has over everyone else, right down to the point that it's difficult for everybody. I don't know. I haven't studied it, and that's where I'm talking without. I'd love to sit and hear a lecture or hear a banker or a research analyst talk about the strategies of Amazon and eBay, as you bring it up, and others in the AI world, and hear how the revenue streams are going to work. I don't have those concepts, so I may read something and change my mind considerably. But I would really be worried about this quasi-monopoly Amazon has disappearing. And I would apply that to eBay as well. But I find nothing interesting about GME, zero. It's just a big stock that could do well over the next few years. Volstoy King, speaking Railtown, the wealthy don't become wealthy on green days. They buy on the boring days. Yes, I think that's right. Also, the wealthy have patience, that because they can. A lot of people around here in other cities became multimillionaires buying 2 or 3 parking lots or slum buildings during the riots in the 1960s, the 70s. They paid $1 for it. I know a lot of them, or not a lot. I met a lot of them. I don't know them. Now they're rich beyond but they waited. So you have to buy and have the patience to hold. And the time, like a lot of people here, including Pete, I wasn't picking on him. It's just, I don't blame him. These are buzzwords that trigger reactions. Um, but people have been adding to their position, and that's how to take advantage of this. And I would listen to Neil, to Eric, to Ward. These guys, they're not me. They're not me. But these guys have made knowing this company their business and knowing the industry their business. And I think, look, this is what I always get so worried about this. These guys come on here to get you in your fearful mode and to get you in your trading mode. And oh my gosh, it works because we're animals and fear spreads like son of a bitch. So I would just add to your point, Volstoid King. People that make a lot of money is when there's blood in the streets, when there's fear, and then but they know the value and they have a strategy. And if it takes longer than they think, they don't mind waiting. Bullish sheep lusting. When you think of the top market stories for 2026, does anything top Railtown? Yeah, I think oil's going to top it. I think silver's going to be the next Bitcoin. Everybody's going to talk about silver. Um, I think gold is going to become a huge story. Um, but I think the story that's probably going to be the biggest market story this year, I hope not. I hope it extends into next year so we have more time. But I think the biggest story, and I've got to find my list of things. I wish I still had that right up. I used to have it right here and I cleaned up. I put it somewhere. But I think the Dow is going to go to 70, 75,000. I think by memory, I think I had NASDAQ at, I don't remember them all, but I'll find it for the next time. But I think the biggest story this year is most likely, and it could happen in the summer, it could happen in the fall, it could happen at the end of the year, but I think it's the time frame will probably be, ironically, the summer and maybe September. I think the stock market could, all of the indices could go up 30 to 50% in this. They could have what used to be a decade's worth of movement in the span of 90 days. It's going to be a blow off top. I think that could be the story of 2026. What would delay it? I think what would delay it is that AI's earnings expand the size of the pie so much so that it's plausible that that blow off top comes next year or later. I think that has the best chance of being the biggest story of this year. Into that, I think gold could go as high as 7,500, 10,000. And I think silver's probably going to I'm going to be so hurt because I don't own it, but I think silver could go to 250, even 300 in that rally. And everybody will be talking precious metals. So that could be a big story. I think another story is going to be the airlines are going to be, I think American Airlines is going to go out of business. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to not allow Spirit to merge with JetBlue, because now you lost Spirit. You lost a competition. I don't understand that. But I think there will be massive consolidation in the airlines as ticket prices go up. I think people, I don't know if it'll be a big headline news, but I think the change that's coming for everyone, it's not going to be cheap to travel anymore. And we'll see. I think oil prices probably could go, if the adventure in the Middle East continues, oil prices could go to 150, 200, 250 into that rally. On the other hand, it's unpredictable. So we could see, without what was going on in the Middle East, I thought oil prices were going to go down for a while. Doesn't matter. When this blow off top comes, this melt up comes, my opinion, bullishly blushing, I think the story on the other side of it, which could come next year or it could come the end of this year, both stories could come this year. I think the market's going to crash 95% at a spike. I think people, you think Pete's angry now. I think Pete will get really upset then. And I wanted to talk about the macro on the market, because I'm so positive on AI, but markets can change. I remember when PE ratios, not multiples to revenue, multiples to earnings, were 5, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's still true in oil and gas that it's 7 times revenue at best sometimes. So these massive metrics can shrink without changing the power of the underlying industry. So we got to be aware of all that too. But as I'm talking, I hope Pete's not nervous. Railtown isn't in a bubble at all. And I also, one of the guys that calls for this melt up is a guy named David Hunter. I've been on the lookout for the melt up probably for 2 decades, and you never know when it is. And he's been wrong. He's been calling the melt up for, I don't know, 3 years. So it could get delayed. And Pete, I think the ideal situation would be if the melt up comes after I don't know, Microsoft buys us or IBM buys us, but we might be standalone, and stock prices will not change the revenue flows at, well, I guess the recession changes things, but governments will still spend money, robotics, travel. Even in the Depression, there was still an economy. It was just 20% of the people didn't work, or whatever the number was. The rest did. So there's still an economy. So anyway, those are my guesses. If we're lucky, the blow up, the melt up and sell off happens next year. But to answer you a little differently, since you were asking about Railtown, I think it's entirely possible Railtown becomes the story of the AI space, like a OpenClaw. I'm not saying it's going to go to OpenClaw's users immediately like that. But yeah, I think Railtown could become a Cohere. It could become a I don't know about an Anthropic, because I think Anthropic might has an angle on becoming the most important company in the world. But yeah, I think Railtown in the AI technology space could become the story this year, and then they'll keep talking about it. So yeah, in that sense, I'd say that uh, Railtown might be the story. I think Anthropic, if people pick up on the fact that their rails are what the tokens are on, there might be an angle there. I think the Anthropic IPO and the Elon Musk IPOs are going to be big stories, but in the smaller names that become big, Railtown definitely is a big story. If I had to hazard a guess, OpenAI will merge with somebody or be bought out or go out of business. And I'd watch out for Facebook and Amazon. Um, Strong companies, but it's a rapidly changing, evolving landscape, and they might have a lot more competition than they think. But I don't know. I don't study those big companies that closely, but I'd worry about them a little bit. Look, you're in bullish. I don't know if you are bullishly blushing, but I think you're in the greatest story for AI right now in Railtown. You've got a lot of things lining up. You've got the uh, this huge move in the market is going to help AI, but you've also got uh, sovereignty is because of the United States and maybe Israel too, but because of that um, data, the assassination squads, people are going to want sovereignty. Uh, it's a shame because there was a lot of benefits to trusting each other, but we're going to go back to our own countries and want sovereignty. So that's in our advantage. And I think the changes are so rapid in AI that the usage is going to grow. And I really do think when government spending comes back after that crash, whenever, if it's this year or next, after the crash, they're going to spend so much money to uh, restart economies around the world. I think AI is going to be a huge focus. Obviously, infrastructure in the United States, China already has all the infrastructure. We need to focus on that, and it'll be commodities and energy. So, um, I think we're in a great space. I really do. And all right, let me keep going. Volstoy King, Tony De Niro still talks about AMC's reverse split. He seemed to think that was the best thing to happen to AMC was the reverse. He doesn't look. I think he's guys. You can have your opinion, but I'm an econ major. He's an econ major. It's worthless. I mean, it does teach you how to think, but I wouldn't say it's worthless. I learned a lot, but I'm not impressed with economics. Um, and Tony, I really don't think he knows what he's doing in the market. I think my guess is he either does it on purpose or he does it by accident, but he helps this whole game work. And we've got to get out of it. Let other people stay here. We're going to get out of it. We're going to move from the Greyhound racetrack. We're going to try to, and we're not even going to go to the casino. We're going to try to get in the stodgy world of building cash flow and making sensible bets. I mean, I would listen to Warren Buffett the other day, and he said he had 5 good years, 5 juicy years. That was it. That's why he did so well. 5 juicy years. Investing isn't, and that's one of the things that annoys me about some of the investments I made, and then some of the, I've got to just own it instead of, but the foolishness of what happened in my life, and I'm thinking of other people. All that time to build up is gone, and it's hard to build. Some things take time. They just do. And everybody's spoiled right now. But respectfully, I don't think Tony knows what the hell he's talking about. And I think he's here to keep everybody in that mentality so that when Railtown goes up to, 2, why don't you sell some? It's the wrong way to do it. HD Miko, I've been in GDC for a while, 10,000 shares. Bought NRGV at 250, averaged 3,000 shares. Still have my 17,500 finger, have enough rail. I didn't tell anyone to buy these stocks. No, you didn't. It's not your fault. I'm not saying it is. I don't think you have enough rail, but you're a wealthy man. So your goals are different than a lot of people. But looking at that portfolio that you have, I thought you had 20,000 of GDC. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. 250 average on NRGV seems reasonable. 17.5 finger, 90 cents. I don't know. I don't know where GDC, I forgot, for something. We'll see if it makes sense to, you feel diversified, and I think you get, okay, it's 490. That's a nice move. If the way that's trading, maybe GDC is the one that they're going to try to squeeze next. I don't know. There's nothing to the story. But I think those guys, the big guys, I don't, whoever made, what was that stock? TPO or HKD or all those stocks run? I don't know who they are. But they can make stocks squeeze. So maybe that's why you want to hold these, because you want to be in a squeeze. And I have a feeling you have the discipline to sell shares. So that's the strength you have. But absent a squeeze, and that applies to finger. They could cause finger to squeeze. That's what a lot of people around these stocks have been trying to do for a long time. But we've waited, 5 years? Maybe it'll be this month. But I think you're going to, you've never liked rail, and you got out. I think you sold half of your rail. And I think you got out, I don't know about 10 cents higher, but I think you at least got out 8 cents higher than where Railtown is now. I tend to remember that you bought 20,000, but I might, so many people, so many things. GDC at 7.5. I think it was GDC at 7.5. Maybe it was 10,000 at 7. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And I think you believed that I think it was GDC. You believed the press release that said that treasury of Bitcoin was worth, the way they wrote it, they wrote it that the whole company stock was worth $23 or something. But if you actually took a minute to break it down, I thought it's what they paid for that. I forget the transaction now. And that if you factored that out, you could come up with a $15 target for the stock. But yeah, I thought you bought 20,000 shares at 750 or something. But anyway, fluctuations happen in stocks. Um, but maybe it was 10. I like I say, it's too many things. But I would look like it's an opportunity to buy Railtown. But you don't agree. I'm not going to be able to convince you that. And you're a wealthy guy anyway, so it's not as important that I convince you, because it's not going to change your life. If this is basically 50,000 plus 75 plus 17.5. So it's 8. It's 15, 6, 7. It's about 75 grand. So you've got 75 grand in these stocks, and it's not going to change your life. I mean, I think at best, with absent a squeeze, if it's a squeeze, anything can happen if you trade it properly. But at best, I think you're looking at but I don't know if you'll sell, so they could come back down, I suppose. But I think you're looking at and I thought Finger looked pretty good the other day in terms of maybe it's going to have one of those runs that it has. So maybe I'll give that one credit, but Finger has to raise money. But I'll say at best, it could be worth 200,000 over the next 90 days. And there's no guarantee of that. I mean, these stocks, I do think NRGV seems to be in a good uptrend. GDC obviously is. Finger, it needs some manipulation, frankly. But maybe those go to 200,000, which would be a nice part of your portfolio. And, with a little luck, one of them squeezes and it's more than that over the next 90 days. But, I mean, you're not going to do it. But if you buy Railtown at 35 cents, I have to use a different calculator. You can buy 214,000 shares. Just call it 200. If this suddenly breaks, which I think it will, I don't think recency bias should lull you to sleep. If you have 200,000 shares and the stock goes to Lang Chain's valuation, you have 1.1 million. I don't care how rich you are. I just don't see the choice. These are gambles, hoping that a group of wealthy investors working maybe with Univest, I have no idea who does this in Hong Kong, um, hoping they make something happen. I mean, GDC, what do they have? NRGV has a highly leveraged model with nothing particularly unique, but it can work when you need energy. But energy oftentimes gets very boring. And then Finger, I would say there's always a possibility of an acquisition or another thing or some big contract coming in, or they have enough investors that are great. They could make something happen, but at some point here, Finger needs to raise money. And I think Finger is susceptible to a reverse split, not to bring that up. So anyway, that's to 550 a share. What if it suddenly went, which I would put as a reasonable target in 90 days? I won't say 15. I'll say 1250. You got 2.5 million. So your stubbornness and obstinance to try to prove me wrong, and that somehow it's wise to spread money across a series of manipulated stocks that have nothing going for them other than the potential of somebody somewhere engineering a short squeeze. But you're going to ride that down like you have ridden GDC down. And it's not going to hurt me. It's just I look at it. You might have 200 upside on those three stocks in the next 90 days. It goes to 200. Be generous, say it goes to 250. Railtown just getting started gives you 10 times that in 90 days, potentially. Obviously, we've always had these days, but I think it's an on-off switch. And you're not counting on a group of wealthy guys manipulating the markets. It is the single largest market in the world, software, being repurposed to AI. And everybody's spending, and you can say it's a bubble in the data centers. It's a bubble, but the thing is, if that's true, they all need the orchestration performance of Railtown and others, but of Railtown. And I just don't get it. You have all the wind at your back. You're so lucky to have 75 grand there in these stocks. Take some losses. You can wait. If I'm right, you can wait 90 days. And with 10% of your account, you can buy all of these back and then be in love with them. But I have a feeling by the time you have this position in Railtown, and by the time it's worth 2.5 million, you're not going to want to sell it. You're going to be proud of it. But you're stubborn because you were wrong, my judgment, to get into GDC. I think you were right to sell Railtown at, I can't remember, 38 cents, which is, you've been right all along. But anyway, you're wealthy anyway. I'm not gonna convince you one way or the other. Volstoy King, Finger Motion, in my opinion, still has juice. Still just needs a whiff of some type of AI bullshit and make it hot to move. Still a good project. That's a good point. If and there you may be aware of something. If they were to bring an AI project in, and I don't know a technology that at least one whale down in Puerto Rico hasn't brought to companies over the last 5 years. You're right. AI would be, particularly with their big data uh, arm. Yeah, you're right. That could make it. I can't disagree with you. I think you have time, but account settings. Hello, William and all. How are you? I remember reverse split was my first question to you last year. I hope they don't do it, but I request you to please send the email to the company. Thanks a lot. I will. I promise, Pete, and I'll promise you I'll send it. Um, I think it's sort of a non sequitur because it just comes out of a question here, and a realistic appraisal of what you know hustling Wall Street you know salesmen and bankers would recommend, but I don't have any idea if they're thinking about it. I can't imagine a company, in my judgment, who's on the verge of booming business has the time. They wouldn't clutter up their legal department with such things. I don't think their advisory board would go for it. But yeah, I'll write it. I'll write it. Will Underdown, William, I really do appreciate you taking the time educating. Thank you very much. I'll keep you updated. Well, I hope it works. I know I get worked up, and it's partly it's frustration, partly it's because it's frustration of these guys, but the other frustrations I don't think I express. I can't get the ideas across, and I think it also bothers me so much that you guys are trapped, girls, guys are trapped in all this misery because you shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like this. And it didn't, there was pink sheets. You stayed away from those. But over the counter stocks, there were stocks you could trade. It shouldn't be like this. So sometimes that shows up. But Will, I do hope um, everything works. I'm sure it will. I've been wrong on my urgency for a while, so I'll probably be wrong a little bit further. Eric Belanger. Neil, that's a great position. That's what Norm Macdonald said when the voice of Tony the Tiger died uh, from Kellogg's. He said, "Hey, did you hear that so and so is, I think he died. He just died. He wasn't feeling great." That was a stupid joke, but whatever joke Norm tells is always funny. Ricky Brogan, his last video, Lou had a blue shower cap on, laying in a hospital laughing. He said he looked like he was half Smurf. Oh, he must. If it were if it were real, he was probably just scared. The GME shareholders would like to see this happen, but wouldn't the shareholders of eBay have a vote? Well, no, it's a good story from eBay's side too, because if it's true that GameStop had the best, whatever the hell you call those things that all the gamers use, um, keyboards and screen, I don't even know what it is. But if they had the best and everyone wanted to buy it, that would be a real boost to eBay's story too. So I think it'd be good for eBay. It'd bring a lot of revenue. I don't think it's a bad idea as a concept. It makes GameStop a they don't have to be bricks and mortar anymore, and they can slowly unwind all those stores, or they can use some of those stores as warehouses for delivery, and they can build a online game store presence again if that's still a thing. I don't know if it's a thing. I would guess one of the futures is you're going to have online robot stores. Somebody's going to get the franchise to sell cute robots to all the men that Lauren Sanchez hasn't dated. Matthew Thompson, your numbers sound like David Hunter. Do you follow? Yes, they are a lot like David Hunter. But I've got to defend myself. There's other people that project, and I picked numbers when David Hunter 2 years ago, 3 years ago had numbers. I picked higher numbers. And he's come to my numbers. But I will admit to you that I trust his work. I trust David Hunter's work. And I don't take credit for my numbers on my own. It's just I thought he was being too cautious. And he's come to my numbers and surpassed them. And I still insist on going beyond his numbers, just not as much as before. I think the markets are a bit different than they were for all of my career, and such as it is for all of his. But I also don't think human behavior changes. But I think one thing that's going to make it all perhaps go higher is everything is managed money. Everything is institutional money by definition, managed money. And a lot of things are set on reinvest. And a lot of people aren't paying attention to their accounts. And as advisors chase performance, they can push those numbers to extremes and they'll chase it. And that's why I think it can go higher than he thinks. I think there's a lot of money out there set kind of in autopilot. And I don't really think, with you guys, I experience it, but I don't think most people have stock portfolios anymore. It's all managed. So, I think it can go higher for a little longer, higher than he thinks. And so far, I've been right. He's constantly expanded his targets, including on gold and silver. I only think one of them, I have my card somewhere. I only think one has he come up to match where I was. But I picked numbers way higher than he. So yes, I do follow David Hunter. A lot of the people I used to follow are dead, or they're not in the business anymore. So I really think it's a blessing to have David Hunter there. There was a woman, Lois, anyway, she did the technical work at Smith Barney. She might be at Morgan Stanley. I don't know. She was good. But there was a guy, I can't remember his name. I think he's out of the business. Bob Farrell's gone. Lobsher is gone. Stanley Burge is gone. Um, I don't know if Prechter's still out there. Anyway, a lot of the people I used to follow are gone. And so I find it a great blessing to listen to David Hunter. I know for many, he might sound a bit of a broken record, but I really like people that have a system and stick to their guns. I can adjust for their biases, which I did. I had much bigger targets. And he's calling, I think, for a correction, if I remember correctly. I think he's calling for an 80% correction now. It used to be lower than that. I don't remember what it was. It was either 70 or 75. I don't think it was 65. But anyway, he's calling for an 80% correction. I still think it'll be 95. And part of me even thinks it'll be more than 95, which is just horrifying. But I also like his projections on interest rates. I didn't believe him at first, but I do think he might be right that against all odds, rates might come down. He's been wrong on silver, frankly. Uh, well, I don't know. Let me put it this way. Maybe silver did what he thought it was going to do more quickly than he expected. That would be more accurate. It kind of worked outside of the rally in the market. I think his call on oil is still contrary to mine. He's still calling for oil to go lower now. And I guess I'm less sanguine about the Middle East, what's going on, but he could be right. Look, Matthew, I learned for a long time these contrarians, you got to pay attention to them. They can be early. That's the nature of calling things. But they give you the counterbalance to where you can get overly enthusiastic in something. And Matthew, the other thing for me, when I was trained at Merrill Lynch, it was the best training on the street, and it was good. I remember the woman that ran it, she thought I was a Kennedy because I had hair, just big white teeth. She thought I was, it was good for my ego. But there was a guy that spoke to us about, and now that I look back on it, Wall Street knew what it was doing, and I wish I had known, but as you look back on the 45 years or so, Wall Street knew that the baby boomers were going to accumulate money and that mutual funds and managed money was the way to go. They knew it. But they didn't know it. And a lot of it was new when I started. And that's one of the things that I kind of regret that I didn't start up in one of the headquarters back then, or been with a fund or anyway, you can't relive your life. But it was just such a huge bull market. The assets created are amazing. But anyway, that guy, I forget his name, but and I've used that analogy here before, but maybe I didn't with you. But he said that the baby boom generation is like a large animal, I don't know, a pig, I think he said, that a boa constrictor has eaten. And if you imagine it, that big population is going to go through the snake all the way through, and it's going to make everything expensive. It made uh, he had the whole list of what it already made expensive, and building elementary schools, building this, building that, and then it's going to make automobiles expensive or abundant. It's going to make colleges expensive. Um, it's going to make university and graduate. It's going to make suits expensive. It's going to make jobs expensive. It's going to make suburbs. Anyway, you had the whole thing. It's going to make medical costs when they retire expensive. And anyway, you had the whole layout in various detailed graphs is what does a population of whatever it was, 90 million people, do to the economy as it bulges through the numbers, just like a pig goes through a snake. And um, I've never forgotten that because a lot of it happened, and I made some predictions based on it on my own, and they've happened. And so the one last thing is that pig has to go to the end of the snake and come out. The pig has to go uh, perhaps slowly, but that pig has to go into retirement homes. And believe it or not, Donald Trump is the baby boom generation. I think they put two generations together. But anyway, as that big blob of economic spending goes through, that's a lot of wealth. And a lot of Wall Street expects that wealth to transfer to the next generations. But I just wonder what happens when people recognize they hang on to their extra homes. Um, do they hang on too long? And then they sell into a declining market? I don't know. Population is going to decline. So who's going to buy all those homes? Of course, the homes they build today are not going to survive that long. But then the same logic applies to stocks and bonds. Everyone's holding them, and it all makes sense. But what happens when just a few too many retirees need to tap that money? And it's just a tipping point. And I don't know the answer. But that great wealth in real estate and in bonds even and in stocks, I would argue is a bit of a bubble because everyone's on the same page that I've got to be invested in the market. Well, I remember a time when no one wanted to invest in the market. It was so hard. It was embarrassingly hard, but that should have been the sign. But now everybody wants to. So my point is that can all collapse too as the baby boom boom generation disappears. And I think it's all been fueled by maybe there's some baby boomers that have no debt, but I think a lot of it's been debt fueled, so it can accelerate. So it can go higher than everyone thinks on enthusiasm. But man, I think just a little bit of get me out at any cost comes in, and it sells below collateral levels, and then that comes, I don't know. So that's why I've been looking for a top. I don't know when it would be. Um, uh, and I'm sure a lot of the advisors out there believe it'll never come. But I'll tell you one thing, Matthew, and maybe I should look that up for tomorrow. I'm starting to get tired, but I think if you looked it up, you would see that Western advisors I want to say 0.5% or less of Western money is in gold and even less in silver. And if they just even went to a bit of the Chinese ownership or the Indian ownership, the numbers are phenomenal. The United States has been in a financialization, including housing and banks, that it's been incredible. And technology, of course, it's helped, and I missed some of that. I didn't understand the PC market, or for that matter, Amazon or Facebook. Microsoft, I was told about. But yeah, that's why I think there's a lot of assumptions underlying the current allocation of paper wealth. And I think a lot of it's inflated. And if it, I don't know what thing happens to make it happen. And I don't think I don't think it'll be any of the things that are talked about in the paper. It'll be some thing that surprises people. And then if you have 90 million people suddenly shifting their asset allocation, the first ones will get it done, but the rest of them won't be able to get it done. So that's why I call for the sell-off. But I also think the reinvesting and just the sheer momentum. I talk to these advisors, not as much anymore, but I talk to my friends and I talk to people I used to work with and new people. And there's just no doubt that you should put it with a manager or put it in a mutual fund or give it to this ETF. There's no doubt. That's the complete opposite of what it used to be. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but things do, people don't change. And, groups can think that way, but then they can reverse and think that way. And I think a lot of US wealth is based on how much money we've been able to borrow. It might be true in China too. Anyway, Matthew, I don't have all the answers, but yes, I think David Hunter is great. I just think he's too conservative in his contrarianness, and just because I think there's so much um, uh, I don't think the markets trade the way they used to. So I think the overshoot is going to be further, and the decline greater. But that's my only difference with him. His timing has been wrong, not because of anything wrong in his analysis. And in fact, if you listen to some of the questions, what could go wrong in your thesis? He always says, I could be wrong on the timing. He always admits that. Matthew Thompson, I typed this before you said David Hunter. No, that's fine. I shouldn't have talked about it so much. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm not limiting myself. Ricky Brogan, Adam Aaron, the CEO of AMC, did the reverse split to let short sellers off the hook. I went in front of Judge Zern in Delaware over this matter. RT is different. It's to get into a bigger index if they split. Well, that's a good point, Ricky. You're exactly right. Part of the strategy, and it's a multi-step strategy, and they do it over and over. One of the reasons for a reverse split in these names is exactly what, because it costs money to hold that big non-delivered position. It costs big fees. They do the reverse, and then they go do it again. And everybody's on the side of that. The attorneys, the stock loan department, the regulators, everybody's on the side of that steal. Ward Richardson. William, what I like about Railtown is that no one, including Wall Street, has a clue as to what will happen here. But when it does, Railtown will rock the software. And I agree. Listen to Ward. I hesitate when I see RT because the restaurant across from my house was Rosemary's Time, and I almost every night I would be there with my friends, happy out. It's great community. I miss all that. That he sold his restaurant about the same time of my my situation. So I don't think it's there anymore. But we used to call it RT's. Are you going to be at RT's? RT? You going to RT? So anyway, that's why I get stumbling over it. It was Rosemary's Time. William, what I like about this company, RT, is that they know one. Sorry, William, what I like about Railtown is that no one, including Wall Street, has any clue as to what will happen here. But when it does, Railtown will certainly rock the software industry. That's from Ward Richardson. Ricky Brogan, Adam Aaron most likely came in AMC to bankrupt them. Look, Adam Aaron was placed there, just like Cohen, to help Wall Street. Why is it so hard to get across to everybody? We are the suckers. And the only way to get away from it is to get out of the day trading mindset and get out of all these over-the-counter stocks. And then you're going to say, well, Railtown's an over-the-counter stock. Yes, but it shouldn't be. And so why do you listen to stories? Because there are some that are going to work as fundamental stories. But the odds are so against you. It's just, there's better life out there, I'm telling you. Much better life out there. Much better. And this is the first step. And guys like HD Miko have done brilliantly on his own. And, absorbing a short-term pullback, and I think it was GDK. And it might have been 10,000. I just can't remember, 10 or 20. But anyway, to him, that's okay. He can, and he's professional. He understands the ups and downs. But I submit to most of you that you've been really burned by what happened from GameStop onward. And, we can, I think Cindy Lou who used to get really angry at me. She thought I was blaming Lou. I'm not blaming Lou. I'm just trying to describe what happens. It's not, not Cindy and not Lou, but they always want to make it personal and about this and that, because then you're not thinking, then you're not investing. And it happens all the time. Of course, I get worked up. I'm not the best uh, representative of what I'm trying to preach, because I get um, I'm reactive sometimes, but you shouldn't, particularly most of you at our age, me too, we shouldn't be placing outside bets on any of that crap. It Cohen, whatever his first name is, he's set for life. Popcorn set for life on your backs. When I just don't want you to be victims anymore. And I, with Railtown, we have to admit there's we have to see the Telus data center work. We have to see the stack work. We have to see that Railtown's there on it. We have to start seeing evidence of acceptance of the data center, but also the monthly revenue runs. And you know, there can be, as there has already, but there could still be further time required for the stock to perform in these targets that I suggest. But I don't come up with the targets just to throw something out there. I actually try to figure out what's the addressable market? How much could they get? What if they get, I've shown you $1 billion of the 2 billion, and they get, cut that in half. And then what if they get 25 data centers around the world eventually, not right away? And then you start thinking, oh my gosh, these guys could make $1 billion cash flow a year. And that's not chicken scratch. And then you start thinking, why? Are they taking a risk and creating as they say in AI, a frontier product? Are they creating the metaverse that everyone was hot and bothered on? And it was put in one of our companies. That was risky. What Railtown is doing, they started out with a simple concept to solve existing problems in software development. They didn't make up the problems or the technological deficit. The only, I think it was genius. The only thing where they stretched themselves is they said, you understand, SDKs is software development kits. They essentially said, let's go for AI development kits. Let's prepare for the time when the computing power makes a quantum leap, so that AI for everybody, AI for everything becomes commonplace. Let's make that leap. So ourselves. So they got started too early. That's why they did. I still think that was a reverse, but it looks more like they put people in place, whatever you call it. They took an existing shell, essentially a shell, and turned it into Railtown. But they IPO'd. And then in Canada, they're susceptible to all the punishing, destruction, market cap, even if you're a good company, because no regulator cares. No regulator cares. Not a single one. And so anyway, then they ran out of that money. I think they did one other offering, but then they came into the United States because they were going to come down here and raise money. Thank God they didn't, of course. Thank God they didn't. But that's the setup that's allowed the stock to be cheap. And um, I forgot the point I was trying to make, Ricky. So I'll just leave it there. Our setup is I think the setup's for you. The two guys running it, they've never taken these outsized payouts. They're not in cahoots with the shorts. It's a real business. It's a revolutionary business. I think this is where you stand up for yourselves and flip the narrative because of the games these people play. The stock is this low, and it's not going to last forever. Adam Aaron most likely came into AMC to bankrupt them. He sold 8 preferred shares for 65 cents. Yeah, he was helping the shorts, guys. He was helping the shorts. And Tara vote and then they voted for it. Yeah, it's all to help the shorts. All to help the shorts. Ricky Brogan, Tony Tiger was a big pumper for AMC. He ruined his reputation. Well, I mean, it's always possible on any one stock to be wrong. So, I mean, that's a fact. I don't know him, and I never listened to him, but that wouldn't be why I would consider his reputation ruined. That a stock he suggested didn't work. As long as he stated his case, I wouldn't. But where I do hold him is he says things without even studying it. So it leads me to believe he works with the shorts, or he's just a dunce. I don't know if he's a dunce, but whether he's doing it on purpose or not, his message is the same message that the big shorting complex wants you to live in. And I don't want you to live there anymore. And I've made mistakes. I've said, it's an evolving process for me too, but I just don't want you to be. You guys shouldn't be caught in that mire of legalized theft. The markets should be ashamed of themselves. People cashing checks like Adina Freeman or Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell, they should return all the money they have gotten from this. All right, so HD Miko, I'll read. There's something wrong with HD. What are you talking about? Are you insane? I'm not trying to prove you wrong. That's part of what I said, but you are being stubborn on your stance. You sold Railtown. You never really convinced. You overpaid for GDC. Now you're glad it's up. You've been in finger motion for a nice hit. Now I'm seeing it. And I don't know what you did with the other one. The other one, I think you're probably making money on. Well, no, you gave me the number. But I misspoke maybe. Maybe you're not trying to prove me wrong. Maybe you're just stubborn about being right. But I wasn't trying to make it personal. Let me finish what you said. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I give 2 craps about what you do. I paid $5.50 for Finger, and I still believe in the company. It's not looking good, I admit. Well, if you believe in the company, you should be unsolicited advice. If you believe in it, you should probably be buying it while it's cheap. I believe in the management. I like the investors very much. I think Martin Shen is great, and he's honest, and he's done a great job. And I think that group of investors can make something happen. But I think after 3, maybe 4 years in a row of no meaningful revenue growth, and the revenue is not, you can't even rely on it 100% in a given quarter, and there's no earnings. The whole story for Finger then becomes they're in a holding period, and what's the upside? Is it the Pacific Re and the Pacific Life and the municipal, the Munich Re, the Munich Re? Well, they're still working ahead on that laboratory, but I forget who said it, not the company, but maybe him, that one of the companies has backed off on that insurance project. I forget the reason why. So it leads me to wonder maybe the other one might do that as well. So I'm a little cautious in my head that those insurance bonanzas, they may come, but they may be delayed. And then you've got the capacity to do data in the cloud. I don't know that that's that expandable or that unique, but it is true. They were able to generate meaningful revenue up there on a dime. So, but it's unpredictable. So it's potential, but is it unique? The lifestyle app, I don't care about. The C2C contract, I was really excited about that, but that's when I really kind of had to, for myself, had to say, finger motion is great, but they didn't show the courage. I think in the face of that Roth Capital Finance, I think it was Roth, or was it Univest? Now I forget. They did a financing that went to the Toad for $5 million. And we haven't seen anything of that revenue from that C2 contract. So where did all that money go? That money should be going into that contract to produce revenue. They got a new deal, not the same Ford dealership, another one, Volkswagen, or whatever the names are. I'm making those names up. I don't remember the names. So it makes me start doubting that contract. And there was an opportunity to really raise money, I think, go to Roth. People might say it was dilutive, but raise enough money to really put the pedal to the metal on that C2 contract and develop revenue for every quarter. And then they're cash flowing, and it doesn't matter what the market thinks. But they didn't do it. So it was either that they don't have the courage to go out on a limb like that, or the C2 contract really wasn't all that great. So I just lost confidence that they were going to grow revenues. So it's a nice little company that I think is trading 2 times what it's worth. I mean, it's trading for, well, I don't know now. Now it's probably cheaper. But revenue's not growing. They don't make money. They're in China, which is not exciting for most investors here anyway yet. You're counting on some upside somewhere. I don't believe in the short squeeze story at all, but I do think a group of guys could make something happen if they chose to. So you're waiting on a big contract, or like Volstoy King suggested, Maybe they bring in AI. And that's possible to both of you. AI can come in for a relatively inexpensive cost and just make great things. And they've got the team that could do it. So yeah, if you love it, you love it. But man, um, if I know you make so much money, tax losses don't matter to you. But HD, I think I would take my tax losses in, except you don't have one in NRGV, but so maybe leave that out. I'd take my tax losses, that you run the risk that one of those does a manipulated short squeeze, and fair enough. You don't want to miss it. You want to have more than one thing. Fair enough. But I think Railtown will give you that kind of upside. And 30 days, 40 days, 90 days, 100 days, you come back. You can get back in these. But I'm never going to convince you with that. So I say it again, but I'm not going to convince you. Don't take things so personally, Bill. This is why I just listen and never comment anymore. As for a 95% market correction, that's insane. The new Fed chief is up to something, getting rid of our debt. Oh my gosh. So you're saying that people would want to do business with us if we canceled our debt? I guess a lot of it we owe to ourselves. So we'd have to cancel our pension obligations, I mean, 38 trillion is our on budget debt, but some people say it's as high as 250 trillion when you put in pensions and healthcare and social security and education and foreign obligations. I forget the pie chart in my head, but salaries, veterans, it's a big number backing up the banks. So I don't know. I'm glad you see it as insane, but I stick by it. And are you going to think I'm wrong if it only goes down 80% and I said 95%? I don't, maybe you would. Maybe you would hold me to that I'm wrong. I said 95% and it goes down 80%. You're going to say I was insane. What I want to get across is I think I said this at the bottom line. I'd say 18 years ago with my friends. And I get bored when they talk about football. So I just asked a question that had been on my mind. And they were like you, they ridiculed it. But I said, what if the stock market round tripped? And of course, all it's done since is go up. But that's where I come from, HD, is that I think there's a complete possibility that the stock market will round trip. Is it insane? It's way out there, but I'm not sure it's insane. But anyway, I appreciate that you think it's insane. I I would count myself. I've been talking about it as a possibility. I think David Hunter's much more accurate in his analysis, but I would count. You need to make all the same moves, whether the correction is 65% or 95%. And I'm talking about in the middle of the panic, in the teeth of the panic. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's going to be ugly. And I don't think people understand the magnitude of it. You can call it insane. Maybe we never have a correction. Maybe this time's different. Maybe we never have a collapse in our currency, our stock markets, and our banks. It's possible. It is possible. But I wouldn't bet on it. Ricky Brogan, I sold Finger at a loss. I don't see robust growth in Finger. What they add 2-3 emergency vehicles a year. Well, and they take toxic loans. I don't know. That deal with Roth, I don't think was toxic, but I'm not positive. You make a good point. There might be something in there, but that deal did help the Toad, the Anson funds. It did help the Anson funds. So you're not far off, Ricky. Things can turn around. Look, when you have a company running break even, keeping the lights on with a talented staff, with a few upside irons in the fire, and a great investment behind a team behind you that could bring a merger or bring an acquisition, bring a new contract at any time. There's always potential. And I think Finger always seems to have these 200, 300, 400, 500% runs, but nobody sells into them. But right now, I don't think that story compares to Railtown. It's so minuscule that it just, I think Railtown leaves it in the dust. The only thing, and all of the stocks that HD has, by the way, but there's other ones that a lot of the same key players, to my understanding, some just by accident, maybe, I don't know how it happened, are in many of these stocks, and they lost money. And they have the wherewithal to fight back. And if they get success getting one to go up like Avis did 2 weeks ago, maybe they'll just go through each one. I don't know. So it's always possible. But my argument, just to use the numbers I remember from HD, I'm not picking on them again, but that, if you took that 75 grand and put it in Railtown, I'm just using it as an example. I know he's not going to do it. I'm not trying to reconvince him. But the 75 grand becomes shares in Railtown. I think the stocks that he's in might go 3x to 4x, probably 3, maybe, I don't know, something like that. But if he takes that same money, that basically, let's call it, he's got 75 grand. Let's say they go to 250, whatever that is. Well, that same Railtown just going to a modest target, in my judgment. Of course, he doesn't obviously agree with me, but if it goes to 1250, he's got 2.5 million versus 250,000. Well, right, his 75 is 100% of those stocks. And if we treat that as just an account, I know he's got a lot of other things. Well, if it goes to 250, that's good. It's just those same 3 stocks. Whether it's 75 or 250, for those stocks, in each case, it's all of his account. Well, if I'm right, and he can totally disagree that I'm wrong, but that Railtown goes up and he has a $2.5 million account. in either case, he can slice off 75 grand and buy back those positions if they didn't move, or he can slice off 250 grand, 10% of that account at 250 and replace the whole thing. And obviously, there's projection and it won't be that neat. But the concept is you take your count up. I don't know what 75 to 2.5 million is, but you take your account up significantly. Well, I can figure out what 12 and a half divided by 0.35, 35 times, 36 times. All of a sudden, you can just take a sliver of that to trade in all these things that you enjoy. But there's much better, Ricky, I happen to agree with you. I think there's much better risk reward and more robust plays out there than even Finger that I like. And that's what I want people to change their point of view. You're only going to change it if you get a significant account. You can make money. Look, if you're bored, look what has happened to Newmont Mining or Barrick Gold. Those aren't Finger. Look at some of the oil companies I told you about. I haven't emphasized them because it's distracting to this one goal. But I don't give any credence, Ricky, and I think that's your point too. And I think a guy like HD can do it, but it doesn't apply to most people here. Most of those stocks that people have made investments out of are just playthings for people on Wall Street. They'll throw 50 grand in it like it's, going on holiday for a week. It doesn't mean anything to them. A lot of people here, it's everything they have. And sometimes they get worked up because people come in cavalierly and say that these are good. They're not good investments. They're not good stocks to be in. If you want to play for a short squeeze, some people like to jump off bridges with a bungee cord. I don't, but there's thrills out there. Ricky Brogan, not one board member here at Railtown. We got the A team. Oh, not one board member here at Railtown. So I didn't know, Martin. See, I didn't know one board member, but here we got the 8, or know about one board member at Finger. Here we got the A team. I agree with that. I would invest in any company with the board and advisory board that RT has. Well, that's true, but price enters into it. And so, but I think in general, you make a good point. Now I'm totally lost on where I should go from this. I had other things to talk about. So I think because I'm fading fast, I might leave it there at 8:48. I want to tell everybody, if they're listening, what I can about your gold company. And I can't say much. I had to sign an NDA. But I think things look really good. Number one. Number two, I think that the odds of getting funding have gone up enough that try not to say anything I can't say. Uh, anyway, I'm not as worried about that scenario that was really worrying me a week or so ago about getting capped out. But it's still a risk. It's still a risk. But I have more confidence that we can avoid that. And that confidence is uh, largely because, and if HD knew the information, he might say, "Oh, that's insane." I understand that because there's an aspect when you believe in something that you tend to believe, talk your own book or believe your own spit. But I really am convinced after 3 conversations now at length with the head metallurgist that that it's great, that it's great. That's about all I want to say because I don't want to screw up. Um, all right, I'm going to sign off. I think it's great that there were things I wanted to show you. Is there anything I can? Let's go through one bit of information instead of just me meandering. Um, um, I think it's just these 3. I think it's that. All right, just 3. And I want to. This is the new guy that came on to Railtown's board, Saeed Ufat Shamsi. And this 2 weeks ago, he posted this. The focus of AI is shifting. We are moving past the novelty of talking to machines and entering the era of AI as an autonomous workforce. If you want to understand where the enterprise AI stack is headed, follow this evolution. And I don't understand these terms, and I should look them up. Prompt engineering, context engineering, and harness engineering. Prompt leads to context, leads to harness. Number 1, the prompt, the art of the query. In the beginning, it was all about the perfect nudge. We focused on how to phrase a question to get a coherent answer. But prompts are ephemeral. They are the spark, not the engine. Second, the context, the power of RAG. As enterprises realized models needed proprietary data, we moved to context engineering. This is the world of retrieval augmented generation, RAG, and vector databases. It's about giving the AI a quote unquote memory and a quote unquote library so it stops hallucinating and starts providing value based on real time business facts. And then third, harness engineering, the harness, the birth of the agent. This is Railtown. We are now entering the era of harness engineering. An AI agent isn't just a chatbot, it's a system that takes action. To take action safely, it needs a harness, the operational scaffolding that includes guardrails and policy layers, ensuring the agent doesn't go rogue, tool use integration, securely connecting AI to APIs, ERPs, and CRMs. Cleared that up. And observability, tracking the reasoning steps of an agentic loop. Why infrastructure is the new background. Infrastructure talks about what Railtown is. The evolution is fundamentally changing what we require from AI infrastructure. You cannot run a multi-agent system on a best effort consumer stack. As companies deploy agents that require deep context and complex harnesses, the demand for enterprise grade AI infrastructure is skyrocketing. AI cloud providers take note. It's no longer enough to just provide raw GPU compute. To support the modern enterprise, the infrastructure stack must now include integrated context layers, low latency access to massive secure data sets, secure execution sandboxes where agents can run code and interact with tools without compromising the network, reliability at scale, because when an agent manages your supply chain, downtime isn't just a nuisance, it's a business crisis. The bottom line, the winners in the AI race won't be those with the best models, but those who provide the most robust infrastructure to house them. That is Railtown and other things. Are you building a prompt or are you building a harness? And this is, he put on his post, this AI generated picture. Prompt engineering is the input. That's focusing on the art of the query, eliciting response from large language models. Context, that led to context engineering, the next phase, the data, the retrieval. So that's providing the model with the proprietary data, RAG, adding memory and relevance. That leads to harness engineering. That's the agent and the action. That's where Railtown is. Harness engineering, building autonomous agents, implementing guardrails, tool usage, and enterprise integration. From basic integration to agentic deployment, that's Railtown, the demand for enterprise-grade AI infrastructure is growing rapidly, I assume. AI cloud providers must deliver robust infrastructure to deploy modern agents. That's Railtown. They don't have a choice. And that's what I think. I think you're not hoping on something. Railtown is right there where the big hyperscalers are spending hundreds of billions. You may think that's a bad spending of money and overpaying, but the fact is they need to generate revenue out of what they built. And to make it work, they have to provide AI agents and AI tooling that works for the users who are the companies providing software as a solution, AI as a solution to their customers and directly to them. That's where Railtown is. They need Railtown to make it work. All right, I'm going to sign off. I'm dead tired. It's almost 9, so I'm going to wish everyone peace, each and every one of you, and we'll talk tomorrow. Good luck with all your decisions, and I appreciate that you listened as long as you did. We'll get through this. And you'll be happy on the other side, in my opinion. Good night.